the Honorable Minister Lee White, Minister of Environment from Gabon, to please join us on the stage. Thank you, Minister. I would like to invite our other distinguished guests with us here today, ex-Minister of Environment of Benin, and now currently Executive Director of UN Forum on Forest, Dr. Juliette Biao-Kudunkop. Thank you. I would like to also invite Dr. Alfred Oteng Yeboah, Chair of IBES and ex-member of the Steering Committee of IPSI. Please join us. Thank you. I would also like to invite Dr. Marco Lambertini, who is Director General of WWF International. Please join us on podium. And finally, I would like to invite another distinguished guest among us here today, Executive Secretary of the Convention on Conservation of Migratory Species of Wild Animals, Dr. Amy Frankel. Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining this distinguished panel of discussion here today. Now, before we kick off this unusual panel, and unique panel, I will say, setting the stage for the next days of meetings, I would like to invite you to listen to the special video message from Mrs. Elizabeth Maruma Mrema, the Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity. Could we please have the video? Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to you all. We all know that Africa is immensely rich in biodiversity. The continent holds about 25% of global biodiversity and supports the Earth's biggest group of large mammals. Africa is also a home to 8 of the world's 36 biodiversity hotspots, and its diverse biomes extends even to ice-capped mountains. The challenge is that over 60% of Africa consists of drylands. These drylands are home to 525 million people, more than 43% of its population, and are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Desertification also holds about 45% of Africa's land areas, half of which are in high risk of further degradation. Consequently, Africa continues to be hit hard by the complex impacts of climate change, biodiversity loss, and desertification. And despite many efforts, Africa continues to experience substantial loss of its biodiversity and challenges in reconciling human well-being with environmental protection and economic prosperity. The dramatic biodiversity loss in Africa is affecting, among others, livelihood, water supply, food security, health, and reducing resilience to extreme events, particularly for people living in rural areas. This is a major challenge to poverty elevation efforts and a threat to the well-being of Africans, especially women and children, and to the African economy, which heavily depends on natural resources. For instance, biodiversity and ecosystems in marine and coastal areas provide significant economic, social, and cultural contributions to Africa and represents over 35% of the gross domestic product in some areas. Biodiversity loss can substantially reduce these benefits. The continent is already faced with more than 1 million species of plants and animals threatened with extinctions, with 40% of amphibian species and 33% of reef-forming corals endangered. Hence, creating and maintaining mechanisms to protect, conserve, and sustainably use biodiversity and ensuring equitable benefit sharing is crucial for survival on Earth. Protected and conserved areas are a mainstay of biodiversity conservation. They constitute important stocks of natural, cultural, economic, and social capital, and yields flows of valuable goods and services that benefit humanity. These benefits range from health, livelihood, food and water security, and disaster risk reduction to resilience to changing socio-economic and environmental conditions. Benefits also increase when these areas are effectively managed and equitably governed with full participation of indigenous peoples and local communities, women and youth, among others. Despite many challenges, the world has made significant progress towards the achievements of the Aichi Biodiversity Target 11 on protected and conserved areas. The momentum afforded by these successes has strengthened faith and hope of for the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and the ambitious targets of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. However, the issue is not just halting biodiversity loss by 2030. It is also about achieving recovery and restoration by 2050 to avert the current crisis, turn the vicious cycle caused by the complex impacts of biodiversity loss, land degradation, and climate change into a virtuous one through a transformative change that ensures sustainable development. The transformative change and the sustainable future that we seek require a roadmap with clear strategies to achieve the mandate and objectives of the Convention. These not only include the conservation of biodiversity, but also sustainable use and fair and equitable benefit sharing. Accordingly, the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework will be our roadmap, its implementation, and a necessity for a sustainable future. For instance, the draft's Framework Target 3, which is still under negotiation, calls for 30% protected and conserved areas, both the marine and terrestrial realm, to be achieved by 2030. This seems too large to achieve. However, we know that there are large areas of other effective area-based conservation measures not yet identified, recognized, and officially reported. These include some watershed protection areas, military reserves, war graves, sakar sites, and conservancies in many countries. The challenge was that parties did not know how to identify these areas. Hence, the Secretariat organized 2 expert meetings on terrestrial and marine, other effective area-based conservation measures. The results were used to inform the 14th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention, which adopted the definition of the other effective area-based conservation measures and welcomed the scientific and technical advice for the criteria of the identification in 2018. Since then, numerous guidelines and capacity building training activities have been made available to the parties. There are also privately protected and indigenous communities conserved areas that are not yet reported. Even identifying, recognizing, and reporting on these areas and other effective area-based conservation measures can contribute substantially to the achievements of the new target. These areas contribute to the large-term in situ conservation and to multiple benefits like conventional protected areas, even if their primary objective is not in situ conservation. Furthermore, the draft target also puts a special emphasis on areas important for biodiversity and its contribution to people. Accordingly, the Secretariat to the Convention continues to highlight the importance of achieving not only the quantitative the 30% coverage, but also the qualitative elements of this target, including effective management, governance, equity, and fair and equitable sharing of benefits. The Secretariat also highlights the full participation of indigenous peoples and local communities, which are known to be the custodians of biodiversity, respect for human rights, free prior informed consent, and appropriate use of traditional knowledge, among others. In general, effective conservation and sustainable use of resources require vertical integration from field to policy design and decision making, as well as horizontal intersectorial integration, including private and public sectors, and most importantly, appropriate institutional and governance frameworks. Concerted efforts will then be key to synergistically align activities to achieve national and international goals and targets and reap multiple benefits by simultaneously protecting the environment, achieving economic development and well-being of the society. I believe that the discussions at this Congress will help encourage commitment for concerted efforts, complement the African Union Green Recovery Action Plan and the Agenda 2063 of the African Union, and facilitate contributions to the achievement of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, the Paris Agreement, and the Sustainable Development Goals. Therefore, the next 10 years are critical for the tasks ahead. I extend my appreciation and gratitude to the government of Rwanda for hosting this Congress, as well as to the core conveners and other contributors. Let us strive to reverse the current crisis, build back better and greener for a life in harmony with nature. Africa has a lot of potential for a bright future, but it needs to act fast. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Rema, Executive Secretary of the Convention of Biological Diversity, for setting the stage for us here today. Excellences, Madame et Monsieur, vous avez les traductions en française. Si vous voulez, vous avez les écouter à côté vous. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, you have the headphones next to you in case you would like to listen to English and French. Thank you. So we'll continue with our program, and I believe that Madame Rema has set the stage for the discussions here today. And I would like to give you a few words of introduction to the panel today and the discussions that will take place. Excellencies, dear participants, Africa is home to some of the most diverse and rich ecosystems of the world. It's a heritage, a natural heritage for Africa, but it's also the heritage of the world. African societies have conserved and used nature for millennia, and nature continues to be the foundation of economies and societies in all countries, making up present-day Africa. The African Union's Agenda 2063 commits to a healthy environment and ecosystems, to manage the trade-offs between development, conservation, and drivers of landscape and seascape transformation requires that people are placed at the center of Africa's environmental and development agenda. I want to sincerely thank the government of Rwanda, IUCN, the co-organizers, WWF, for bringing us here today in this exceptional gathering of debating, understanding, and dialoguing on the opportunities and challenges for Africa's protected areas. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has laid bare the need to reconcile with nature. We have to continue to protect and to value the harmony of ecosystems. This disequilibrium has resulted in the zoonotic disease. We therefore need to reconcile around our shared values for the living and for nature. So this panel will debate, discuss governance systems, socioeconomic values, role for protected areas, and bring together a diverse set of actors here today. Now, we have two keynote speakers, and I would like to invite the Honorable Minister Balala from Kenya to give us the first keynote speech. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. It's a great pleasure to be here at this important meeting. Definitely, I want to thank IUCN as well as African Wildlife Foundation for putting up this together. It's been a dream for a long time to host APAC in Africa, but today it's here. But what are we discussing? I think we are the owners of this natural capital that still we are contemplating, is it real and is it beneficial? I think one thing, let's be clear, is that this natural capital must be protected, preserved, and be owned by Africans themselves. The agenda cannot come out from outside the continent. The agenda must be inside the continent. I'll give you an example. In the last 50 years in Kenya, we have taken wildlife for preservation alone. We quickly realized that we have a huge decline of wildlife in our country. We lost from 135,000 elephants to almost 16,000 elephants by '89. Then we put efforts, how do we reverse those figures? Today in Kenya, we have almost 36,000 elephants in the country with the recent statistics that we have. We have almost 1,700 white and black rhinos, and previously we used to have 7,000 black rhinos. We have reversed the decline, but now the world has changed. Tourism has taken advantage to use wildlife to generate revenue. But again, that during the pandemic was a lesson. We cannot rely on one stream of revenue, that is tourism. We need to find a sustainable way of financing conservation. Conservation is not cheap, it's very expensive. Yesterday, Prime Minister Hailemariam mentioned to us, we are yet to value our natural capital. I think that should be one of the key resolutions of this conference. How do we value our natural capital? From there, we will know how to plan and how to invest. I owned up myself and said, even we in government have not invested enough in conservation. We have just inherited from the colonial governments. We've just preserved it as it is. And if we did a lot, is we paid salaries for our rangers and waited for donor money to fight the illegal wildlife trade. When it's there, it's working. When it's not there, it doesn't work. One thing that we have achieved successfully is fighting illegal wildlife trade by closing the source market. When there is no demand, there is no supply. And that's exactly what has happened. UK, China stopped the ivory market. European Union did the same. We are waiting for Japan to do the same. The minute there is no demand, there'll be no supply. We will have achieved our fight against ivory. But again, the world has changed. The agenda in the last 30 years in Kenya was about fighting the illegal wildlife trade and the stop of the sale of ivory. That has been a major success. I want to tell you here, poaching in Kenya has been reduced to a single digit. In the last 6 months or 8 months, we have less than 10 elephants that were poached for ivory. In the last 10 months, we have 10 times loss of elephants due to climate change. If we had 10 elephants, I can tell you we had 9 elephants poached in the last 8 months, but we have 179 elephants died out of drought. That's a huge number. I think the time is right to discuss about climate change. I don't say we forget about illegal wildlife trade. I don't say we forget about the issue of ivory. No. I think it is important for us to have a paradigm shift on what is the new dimension of addressing conservation in Africa. The problem, number one, is financial sustainability. We need to have a financial model that is sustainable. Yesterday we talked about donor funding just from outside. We need to start putting money ourselves in Africa to make sure the programs are sustainable. That's number one. Number two, again, climate change and competition from agriculture and human settlement. It is important for us to target 30-30, but also we need to make sure we are facing with a huge population in Africa. We need to balance between conservation, economic development, and also community interest. If we balance that, we will have won the war. If we don't, we will have ourselves to be the enemies of conservation. And I said yesterday, we must put people in the center of conservation. Otherwise, we will lose the goodwill of the people in conservation. And that's very critical. Human-wildlife conflict is real, and it directly affects our people. And we cannot address the issue of compensation as well as stopping the impact of elephant destruction, particularly in farms, and death. These are real challenges that need to be addressed. The other thing is, how do we create spaces and corridors that are appropriate for conservation? In Kenya, we are very lucky. During the pandemic, we learned a lot of lessons. If there's one thing that has happened positively, we had a baby boom of elephants in Amboseli. We had over 200 new babies of elephants in Amboseli alone in 2020. I don't know, is it positive for the pandemic or negative for the pandemic? We had a double twin birth of elephants, both in Amboseli and in Samburu. That rarely happens. And only this week, we had a twin birth of giraffe that had hardly happened anywhere in protected areas. So this is magical. Things are happening. But again, the challenges are even bigger. Communities must feel that they benefit from conservation. I think we need to literally look at our policies afresh, incompatible to realities of beyond 2020. Then we can be able to move forward together. I've seen CBD Executive Secretary, she made it very clearly. I think if we follow what the Executive Secretary of CBD told us, I think we can be able to move forward together. But I think it's opportunities. Yesterday we have been told about 8,600 protected areas by Kadu and the Prime Minister. I think we need a serious inventory to know which ones are these, which ones are real protected, and which ones are paper parks. Can we start with the protected ones and then look at the paper parks seriously? Otherwise, there'll be more distractions as we sit here. And then there are opportunities when there are paper parks. Let's make sure that we involve the private sector into this. I believe if we bring the private sector apart from the donor funding and the philanthropic way of funding, private sector investment will be necessary under PPPs. Here it worries people. Do we sell our parks to the private sector? No. We don't sell capital, natural capital, to the private sector. We work with them and co-manage it together for the benefit of improving our biodiversity. That's very key to its success. But again, we need to open up to make sure that these things happen. We are too rigid, too bureaucratic, and we are not moving as fast as we want. The final thing I want to mention, in the last 50 years, we have been looking at conservation for security. Today, the issue is not security. We need to turn our rangers, instead of them being rangers and security rangers, let them be environmentalists and conservationists. With those remarks, I want to say thank you very much. It's a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We have much food for thought, and I'm sure our distinguished panelists here today will be able to provide us some thoughts and reflections on these questions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, give me great pleasure now to welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the Africa Wildlife Foundation, Mr. Kadu Sebunya. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My work today was to key, again, the importance of protected areas, but I think a lot of the speakers from yesterday and today have made that easier. But I will apologize in advance if I repeat most of the things that have already been said, but I'll just do my job. I stand before you today once again to plead the case for African protected areas and give further reasons why our presence at this conference is very important for the future of Africa. Measuring about 30 million square kilometers and covering about 20% of the Earth's total land area, Africa is the second largest continent. 54 countries, human population 1.2 billion. And it's changing rapidly. Our economy is growing faster than many other continents. Africa's current rapid economic development has the potential to improve the livelihoods of millions of people. However, as Africa develops, our natural heritage and their heritage, especially protected areas, are being impacted significantly, resulting to the loss of ecosystem services and related goods they provide. Based on this rich biodiversity, Africa's potential is far being fully realized. Home to 1/4 of the world's 4,700 mammals species, more than 2,000 species of birds, 1/5 of the world's total, and at least 2,000 species of fish, alongside 950 amphibian species. The African mainland harbors between 40,000 and 60,000 plant species and about 100,000 known species of insects. 1/8 of the world's 34 biodiversity hotspots are found on this continent. The thousands of valuable plants and animal species residing in Africa's protected areas represent natural capital whose loss in economic and ecological terms is not easy to fathom, as we heard yesterday. Economic development and all life we know depend on ecosystem goods and services. Therefore, protected areas represent the last places to provide essential ecosystem goods and services necessary for current and future development and human well-being, to which Africa now aspires. Again, protected areas provide water catchment services. Majority of our largest cities in Africa, Nairobi, we had the story of Cape Town a few years ago, depend on protected areas for their water supply. Africa needs agriculture to feed our rapidly increasing population. Protected areas support Africa's agriculture in many ways, supplying water, pollination, soil protection, and pest control. For local communities who depend on subsistence agriculture, the nature directly supports food security and their livelihood aspects. Africa's protected areas will continue to provide for sustainable natural resource extraction to meet shelter, cooking fuel, and other needs for the majority of the population, especially our rural folks. Our critical protected areas and habitats cannot exist without our wildlife species, since they are the keystones like elephants, great apes, carnivores, that modify and sustain these systems through processes such as seed dispersal, grazing to stimulate the grasses, regulation of grazers through predation. These areas should be protected so that they are large-sized, interconnected, representative, and able to fulfill their ecological and socio-economic roles. Without viable and ecologically functional wildlife populations and natural habitats, our economic development of this continent will slow and perhaps ultimately fail. Economic development and conservation of nature are often cast as conflicting societal goals. Conservation is often seen as an impediment to exploitation of natural resources, especially minerals and forests. Infrastructure development, cheap energy, and expansion of economic activities such as commercial agriculture and industrial investment. There is even an influential and understandably appealing response to the global initiatives on climate change and biodiversity loss mitigation, to the effect that conservation is a luxury that poor countries cannot afford, that they should be allowed to follow the course that today's industrialized world countries followed, namely, develop first and clean up later. Therefore, we are gathered here today this week with evidence to the effect that the industrial age on the climate and nature becoming more compelling. It's persuading more and more people that extractive economic growth is reaching its ecological limits. Diligent leaders, thinkers, and ordinary people, especially the youth, are increasingly asking soul-searching questions of value and meaning. This is the perspective of development motivating us at this conference. We must recognize the ambitions of our people, but sitting here today, we are all uniquely positioned where growth and nature, from being conflicting, Africa's ecological and economic imperatives are in fact convergent. This Congress therefore offers Africa the golden chance to reset and recalibrate our mindsets towards sustainable avenues that will ensure the well-being of wildlife and their habitats is safeguarded. For once, we are certain that the future will not be like the past. If uncritically following conventional wisdom down the well-trodden path of failed Africa, navigating uncharted waters with old maps is even more perilous. What goods then and services will eco-conscious consumers value out of Africa? Eco-friendly, eco-tourism, organic, carbon footprints are already part of the consumer word list. Are we likely to see carbon tariffs or non-carbon tariff ecological trade barriers by wealthy, eco-conscious countries? The question is whether Africa will follow the Western model or embark on a new trajectory. This will have an extreme larger impact on our future. It's not going to be easy. There are challenges. Africa is both the world's sole remaining region with rapidly growing population and the mostly rapidly urbanizing continent. The population growth of 2050, about 2.5 billion Africans, is already baked because the current generation's population. But we still lack 70% of the infrastructure we need for our development plan, Agenda 2063. That infrastructure is going to be developed. We are still the world's least energy consuming region per capita. We need energy. That energy deficit needs to be addressed in Africa's economic and development plans. Here, it's crucial to see that Africa's energy needs are also creating new opportunities to foster innovation, entrepreneurship, green job growth across the continent. And that's where we are going to save our protected areas. For our friends of Africa, through diplomacy and development assistance, the global community have an important role to play in supporting Africa's effort to develop and adapt pathways designed to help African countries advance through green economies, ensuring that Africa's largest and fastest growing countries do not experience rapid growth in carbon emission as they develop. This will require more than just stopping construction of coal-fired power plants or another global climate meeting. It will require support to Africa in a comprehensively plan, for example, toward just low carbon economy, including electrified transport, renewable energy generation, as many byproducts as possible, energy efficient designs and construction, especially for the rapidly growing cities in the region, and low carbon emissions. For us to be successful in beating extinction and postponing this inevitability, Africa and the rest of the world will need stronger alliances that bring different sectors together to save the future of our planet. Private sector has to play a role in conserving and protection of our protected areas. These alliances are what brings us here today, this week. Forge an agenda for the conservation of Africa's wildlife and protections. The future of conservation, as I conclude, might rely on how we answer some fundamental questions this week. How do we see Africa continue to develop and address a rapidly growing human population while conserving key areas and wildlife? What is that conservation vision for Africa's wildlife and protected areas that is so crucial for agriculture, pasture for livestock, energy, water, and clean air? How do we get ordinary Africans, especially the youth, that are 70% of Africa's population, to step up and voice their interests in conservation? How do we get Africa's wildlife a seat at the table of development and business, to sit high up in Africa's agenda of economic surge and development, for Africa to achieve sustainability of human population and biodiversity? How do we engage with business leaders and heads of states and make conservation an economic and a national policy priority? And most importantly, for conservationists especially, how do we accept the trade-offs that are inevitable? How are we willing to lose some conservation estate for development? How can the benefits of conservation be tangibly felt by communities and indigenous people mostly connected to landscapes? And finally, this unique biodiversity is part of the brand Africa, defines who we are as Africans. Sometimes it's our region. What will happen to the identity of Africa if it's lost? We know by now the current mode of conservation has not been working, and that's why this conference is critical. We must seize the opportunity this week to reset and calibrate our mindsets, to accommodate and redefine the way of thinking that will see us remodel conservation for the better Africa. It's up to us. The results we'll get from our discussions this week will depend on what we do, and most importantly, perhaps, what we don't do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the CEO and President of AWF. Excellencies, dear participants, we're now going to move to a very interactive panel discussion and session. And I would like to go straight into the subject matter and pose a couple of questions to our distinguished panelists here. And we'll get a chance to hear from each and every one of them, their perspectives, ideas, thoughts, reflections, plus experience in how Africa's protected areas could move forward. So firstly, I would like to give the floor to our dear colleague, Marco Lambertini, please. And the same question will also be asked to Amy Frankel. What is the social and economic case for conserved and protected area systems to become major contributors to sustainable development? Is it possible to reconcile the two? What is your experience in this? Double-barrel question, but I'm sure you'll be able to answer it. Over to you. Thank you.
It is indeed a big question, but a very important question. I have to say, the question is about the social economic value. I feel very strongly to start answering your question by making clear that the evaluation of nature cannot just be only economic. There are many other values around nature. The recent IPBES report has been very clear about that. We're continuing to look at a very narrow set of market-based values. There are cultural, spiritual, emotional, moral values are very strong as well. But the economic case is incredibly important too. And it goes beyond protected areas, in fact. And I think we're beginning really to build the case very solidly. In the last few years, several reports have clearly highlighted the absolute need to maintain ecological services in order to support our economy. Not just economic development in the future, but also to maintain the current economy. The recent assessment of the World Economic Forum has shown that half of the global GDP, $44 trillion, and the report that we commissioned together with the International Labour Organization has shown that 1.2 billion jobs are directly dependent on healthy ecosystems. Think about the agricultural sector, the fishing sector, think about the tourism sector in many regions of the world, think about actually the industrial sectors that depends on regular access to resources like water to function. So the economic case is building very strongly about nature's contribution to the economy. Protected areas are a component of that, and a very important one. We heard already yesterday very clearly, and I don't need to repeat those figures, that several countries, many countries, this continent overall, is really relying significantly on economic contributions coming from protected areas. On this panel, we have two countries, Gabon and Kenya, which are champions and have been investing solidly in this sector over the years. And of course, the picture is impressive. We're talking about $100+ billion of income at continental level in terms of travel-related and tourism-related income to the economy. But it's also unevenly distributed. So there are countries that are doing better than others. And I would highlight the political vision of investing in protected areas. And particularly, I would use a word that I haven't heard until now, which for me is very important. Investing in protected areas and reinvesting the income generated by protected areas in the protected area system itself. And I think we've seen, we are good examples in the continent of doing that well. But as many said earlier on, it's absolutely true also that we're far from fulfilling the potential of the continent in terms of direct economic generation from protected areas. But there is something else that needs to happen to really fulfill that potential. And actually two key dimensions, and I finish here. The first one is that we are presenting data and figures of what we measure and what we have monetized. Tourist revenues, job creation, et cetera, et cetera. There is another value that we, at the moment, do not assess, do not account for. None of us has ever received an invoice from a bee. And yet, the contribution of pollinators to our own economy is massive. We pay utility bills for water, and that goes to a company that, very importantly, store, distribute, purify the waters that we drink. And by the way, for the one of us that are lucky to have access to water, nobody is actually paying a penny for where the water is coming from. The forest that in many cases generates water and regulates water. So all that new accounting of, as the Minister Balala mentioned, natural capital services has to become real, because only if we do that, we begin to really make nature competitive, nature conservation competitive with forces and economic drivers that actually are not sustainable with nature conservation. So that's a dimension that I think is beginning to be understood. I'm actually very excited because over the last few years, this concept that actually we depend on nature much more than nature depends on us, and that nature is the foundation for our economic development, just and equitable, is actually beginning to take roots. And it is very exciting. We need political vision, political leadership, and the narrative that translates into economic plans and decisions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marco. We've taken the message, and I think one take-home message is to look at nature holistically and nature services. Bees are really the silent warriors of the sentinel of our environment, but there are many other insects as well that we also need to consider, and hence valuing nature and nature services would be important, including one glass of water. So thank you for that. Amy, some reflections on this, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me join you. This is a wonderful panel. So the first point is there's absolutely no dichotomy between nature and development and sustainable development. And that idea still persists, and that's one of our challenges, is to change that mindset around. Nature is the foundation of life. It's the foundation of food. It's the foundation of water supply. So if we don't take care of and invest in nature, we will not achieve the other sustainable development goals. It's as simple as that. The second point I wanted to make is that it is essential, and I was very, very encouraged by hearing the remarks both this morning and yesterday, to put people at the center of protected areas and conservation areas. It has to be relevant for people. There has to be benefits for local communities from the conservation measures that we're taking. But we need to equip people with the evidence and arguments that will help them to sway decision makers. And it's not just the local communities, of course. It's all the way up into the environment ministries and the tourism ministries, and at every level, the local cities that are doing planning. How can we help them to make that case effectively? The economic benefits, it's been said, the Minister of Tourism from Kenya, I couldn't agree more, the importance of showing the natural capital and valuing it and demonstrating it. Not that that should be the reason that we protect, the only reason, but if you show that this has an actual value, it will help get inside those boardrooms and into those mindsets where people think in dollars and pounds and shillings and so forth, to see that there's a value. There was a recent IPBES report. It was just released last week, in fact. I was there. I was in Bonn, Germany, where the Convention on Migratory Species is headquartered. And this was on the use of the sustainable use of wild species. And one of the findings was that the contribution of sustainable use of wild species to meet the SDGs is substantial, but it actually hasn't been well studied. It's been overlooked. So this is yet another area we really need to look at. What is the value? And there are lots of examples, but there haven't been necessarily the kinds of studies that bring that evidence to the decision makers that could affect nature. The final point is that the models, and I'm somewhat familiar with some of the different models of parks and nature conservation in Africa and in other parts of the world. But one model I think is helpful is to bring nature closer to people. So it's not just about national parks that are far away, but it's in people's backyards. And again, I'm thinking of Kenya, because I was also just there, but the Karura Forest, for example, right in the heart of the city. And I remember the battles to protect that, and there were buildings coming up that would have destroyed that forest, and people fought back, and now there's an incredible forest that, you know, local people can use every day. And that is important because it brings it close to people. It's not, again, a journey that you have to go to some distant place to see nature. Nature is all around us. And maybe one final point on that, and I'll say it now, you might hear it throughout the week, is I'm a self-professed bird nerd, okay? So animals are not the only kind of nature. We're not only talking about the big five and the, you know, what appeals to the maybe northern tourist. And during COVID, you know, there was incredible evidence that people really took refuge and hope in nature and became much more aware of it. And birds are the #1 type of species that they're everywhere. They're in New York City. They're in the middle of Kigali. They're here around the hotel. They're in people's backyards. They travel. They are migratory species, many of them, that we protect. And so they are powerful messengers of reminding us of nature and of the need to protect them, but also the joy and the health benefits that people get. Imagine if there were no birds. You know, what would this world be like? So we need to bring not only the economic, that's my point, but also the other kinds of values, art, music, health, happiness. Those are extremely important, and as Marco said, there's another recent study saying our value system is so narrow only to the economic model that we're really missing out on the whole purpose of life. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amy. Indeed, we need to have multiple value systems. And thank you for this, also for raising the question of forests in addition to urban protected areas. Thank you very much. And I think this is a good transition to move over to the first woman forester, who's been the first woman forester in Africa, Juliette Piao, who is now Executive Director of UN Forum on Forests. Maybe a question to Juliette would be, how would you see Africa's forests contributing to the Africa Protected Area new paradigm? Thank you, Juliette. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and I really want to thank the co-conveners for inviting me to join this important dialogue with such an impressive panel. I think the executive director of WWF has responded to your question about the huge contribution that forests really provide to the global economy. And Minister Balala also mentioned the need really to create value to what we have in Africa. I will begin by providing a quick snapshot of where we are today and what we have learned from our experience. And then I'll conclude with the sounding call from the recently concluded high-level political forum. According to the recently released Sustainable Development Goals Report 2022, a half of freshwater, terrestrial, mountain, key biodiversity areas are protected. We've seen globally an increase in the protected area. Globally, we have 18% of our global forests that are protected. Africa is really has a network, an extraordinary network of 7,100 protected area, which represent 17% of the continent. And according to the FAO Forest Assessment, Forest Resource Assessment 2020, since 1990, we have seen an increase of protected areas in all regions. So the question is not about whether we have protected areas or not. Global Forest number 3 of the United Nations Strategic Plan on Forests aims to increase the area of protected forests. At the United Nations Secretariat of the UN Forum on Forests, which I have the privilege of leading, one of our work is tracking the progress toward achieving the global forest goals. Some lessons that we've learned include the following. First, the process of establishing protected area and conserved areas is very complex, and the inclusiveness is yet really to yield concrete results in terms of reducing poverty. And yet, we know that half of the global forests are owned by small holders, local communities, and indigenous peoples. What do we do for them to really benefit from that? The second aspect is that we've been talking about increasing protected area. We have increased protected areas, and yet we're still facing biodiversity loss. The question is the protected areas about the numbers or about the quantity of the quality? I think time has come for us to step back a little bit and say, let us look at what are the indicators of the effectiveness of the protected areas we have created so far. And I think that UNEP and WCMC are working in this direction. The other issue, I think, has already been mentioned by by speakers who preceded me, is the vision. When we talk about protected area, one thing we focus on is wildlife. But protected area is not only about wildlife. It's about the habitat, is about the landscape. We need a holistic approach to really to the conservation of biodiversity. And the funding gap, we are right today to really blame the COVID-19, but let us also be fair to recognize that even before COVID, we were also dealing with funding gap, a huge amount. And according to an OECD 2020, I believe, report on the global biodiversity finance, it is estimated that global biodiversity finance is between 78 to 91 billion US dollars of tourist expenditure, direct in-country expenditure. So, as I mentioned earlier, instead of looking for creating new protected areas, I'm not saying that it is useless, but let us fill the gap that we have. And there are many ways to really fill this gap, starting from debt forgiveness, direct grants, technical assistance at international level, payment for ecosystem services at domestic level, subsidized taxes, payment for ecosystem service, we have a number of ways to do that. And I will really end my statement by saying that at the recently concluded HLPF, which is the high-level political forum, there was a sounded call for a coherent and synergistic approach to conservation of biodiversity. We've come a long way from old conservation model that built fences around protected and conserved areas to separate society from nature, but we need to do better. We need really an inclusive, pro-poor, people-centered, multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder approaches. And to reach our ambition, it's required really upscaling, significant, significant investment, stronger political will and commitment. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliet. Thank you for raising some very important points, which we will also be addressing through the next speakers, like involving multi-stakeholder communities and quality and versus quantity of number of protected areas, but also how these protected areas actually contribute to poverty reduction and the communities that live in it, and how would we qualify a protected area, not just through wildlife. So thank you very much for the very innovative ideas and thoughts. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard now from different speakers about different aspects of protected areas. And maybe one area that needs to be considered right now is what kind of new approaches and governance models could we look to? Do we need a collaborative governance model? Do we need a devolved governance model to different territories? And I think I would like to ask here this question to our dear colleague Alfred Oteng-Yeboah, chair of IBES, to please enlighten us on some new innovative models, partnerships in terms of governance for protected areas. Thank you. Over to you, Alfred.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharmila. And let me say thank you also to the IUCN for the invitation to be here, to be part of this panel, to reflect on issues of the problems and maybe solutions that we can have for the protected and conservation areas of Africa. When you talk of a model, you are thinking of something that has been established somewhere and which you would like to adopt. And when you talk of partnership, you are also making a reference to not only you, but relating with other people or other groups, other societies, to be able to achieve a particular goal. Now, the first question that we want to ask ourselves is, what really do we want to achieve in a protected or conservation area? What really do we want to achieve? There are lots and lots of information which have been churned out from yesterday, and today, listening to the Honorable Minister from Kenya, we have heard about what the benefits are. But the question is, how many people really understand what is expected in the protected areas? Do they really know what the component of the protected areas are? And therefore, when you are establishing a model, you are establishing a model based on units within a sector. If you're talking about, say, landscape, for example, landscape from a vision point of view is just an expanse of land or expanse of water. That's all that you see. But if you get closer, you will find that these are made of components which have life. And therefore, the kind of model that I would really wish that it is understood is what are the scientific basis for any of these life situations that you will find either on land or in water, and what contributions, their life cycles, and the rest of other things that they do. I'm actually referring to the ecological system. This is something that is lacking. And any model which shies away from tackling the scientific basis of any ecological system, that model will fail, because it's got to be situated on evidence-based information, which will then be related to those who have to utilize the information that is available to ensure that, in fact, the system is working. I am not very conversant with any model as such, but I've read about several of them, which I believe, if Africa were seriously looking at ways to ensure that our protected area systems are intact, that they are productive and they are useful, we need to go back to be looking at those spots that we have identified as places where we want to protect, and the reasons for wanting to protect them. In my country, Ghana, at the time that protected areas were being established, these were established based on specific ecological situations of specific areas of the country. And the whole idea, I believe those who made that decision, was thinking into the future. That definitely there will be degradation, but if there are degradation anywhere else in the country, you will have one area that you can use as a model to be able to get back the greenery or get back the system to function. So what I'm actually trying to portray here is the fact that modeling, no, I don't want to use the word modeling because it would then take me into computers and so on and so forth. But a model where people are involved, they decide what they want to do. I want to give another example, a situation where people would decide that a particular area is very important to secure water sources, and they make sure that they do not remove trees and other things from that area. In such places, you always find that water is available. Now that's a model, which is a traditional model, which has worked very effectively in many African societies. So what I'm actually indicating is this, that we need not, for me, or from my perspective, import a model which is foreign to Africa. We ought to look within Africa and see the kind of situations which our forebears managed to control the system, the ecological system of our setups, for us to now benefit from them. So I'll pause here. Maybe there will be other points that I will raise in course of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alfred. Thank you for sharing with us those thoughts. Definitely we need multi-stakeholder, and there's no one size fits all. So we heard also yesterday there's no cookie cutter. Every country, every region will have different models based on their needs. So thank you so much for sharing with us your ideas on that. Now, Excellencies, dear participants, the African Union has adopted the Agenda 2063 for the future we want, for the Africa we want. So I'd like to ask a question to Honorable Minister White, who is with us here today from Gabon, on how, based on his experience, how the protected and conserved areas in Africa could actually contribute to the African Union Agenda 2063 for the future we want. From your own perspective, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. I might deviate slightly, if you permit me, but I'll get to that question. Gabon's 88% rainforest. We're part of the Congo Basin. Congo Basin is, I like to say, the heart of Africa. We're pumping water into the Blue Nile and sending it to Egypt and irrigating Egypt and contributing to the stability of the entire continent. And in Gabon, we say the forest is traditionally, it's our home, it's our temple, it's our larder, it's our hospital. I think in all African countries, we have sacred forests, some form of sacred forest. And so we think of these national parks or protected areas as the sacred forests of the nations, the sacred forests that have to be bigger in a world where the pressures are bigger, where in the age of the bulldozer, in the age of the chainsaw, in the age of the Kalashnikov. And we've been hearing here from multiple countries, from Kenya, from Rwanda. I'll give an example from Gabon, that if we have political commitment, if we have leadership, if we have good governance, if we're proud enough to say no to corruption, then we can manage these parks. We may not have all the resources we need. We may not have paid the bill for our DeLoreans. We may not have units in our satellite phones to call in for emergency support when we get injured. But in Gabon, and I would call them warrior biologists, our eco guards have gone out and fought against the pressures of poaching. And in 20 years, instead of losing 75% of our elephants have gone from 60,000 to 95,000. It creates other problems, as my brother from Kenya said, human-elephant conflict. But we got some help in Gabon, but it was Gabonese people out in the forest that made the difference. But there's one thing that is really difficult to fight, and that is climate change. Climate change is a cancer. It's created by toxic chemicals going into the atmosphere. And Africa, we always say it, Africa is the continent that will be the worst affected, but we only contributed 3% of the problem. Probably the scariest thing I ever had to do in my life was speak on behalf of Africa at COP26 as chair of the African Group of Negotiators. And the reason is that climate change is going, and we see all these fires on the TV in Europe. Climate change is going to destabilize our continent. Climate change is predicted to force half of our nations into wars over water. In Gabon, which still looks pristine, in our forests that are still absorbing carbon dioxide, we're not as sick as the Amazon forests are, which are starting to die. But my 40-year study of fruiting and flowering in the rainforest of Gabon shows that the fruit availability in the forest is down 80% because of climate change. The elephants today are significantly thinner than they were 30 years ago. You can see their ribs, you can see their backbones. And I was told the other day that in Kibali forest in Uganda, they have the same data for primates. So climate change is this cancer that's eating into our protected areas. And if we cannot come together as a continent, if we cannot put pressure on the G20 to deal with this problem that they have created, then our protected areas are going to wither and die. And in Glasgow, we did okay, but if it wasn't for Gabon, Kenya, and Egypt, which were the only 3 countries that stayed to the end of the negotiation to fight for Africa, we wouldn't have got what we did in that Glasgow agreement. Now, our parks are part of the solution. Our parks are a nature-based solution. Our ecosystems We have to go beyond the parks into the wider landscape. Yeah. Gabon's protected areas absorb net about 10 million tons of carbon dioxide every year. If we could sell that for $25 a ton, we could fund not only our parks, but the rest of the parks in the Congo Basin. Our forests, which surround the parks, absorb 100 million tons of carbon dioxide every year. So, we need to think about how, if we're going to create 30% protected areas by 2030, we must not underestimate the hard work that our people are going to have to do on the ground. We're going to have to build bases and roads, and we're going to have to do anti-poaching, and we're going to have to do science. It's going to cost us $5 to $10 per hectare across the entire continent. So we can work out what the price is. The contribution of our ecosystems to the stability of the planet should fund that. The 100 million tons of carbon dioxide that Gabon absorbs every year, the billion tons that we've absorbed since Copenhagen net should fund that, but for the moment it's not. So if I had 3 key messages, maybe one is this conference has to underline the climate crisis. There is no success unless we succeed in fighting climate change. And I think the African voice could be so strong in that debate, but it isn't yet. We have to amplify our voice, and we have to fight for the survival of our continent, because if we don't, there will be 500 million climate refugees on this continent, and there will be no protected areas left. That we have to be proud. We can manage our protected areas. We can fight back against the criminals and the terrorists and the poachers of this world. But our leaders have to support us in the way the leader of Rwanda, in the way the leader of Kenya, in the way the leader of Botswana, Namibia, Gabon. There are leaders around this continent. Hopefully other countries can take can be inspired by that. And we have to be realistic about what it takes to manage and what it's going to cost to manage. And we have to really ensure that the world accompanies us on this adventure. So I'm sorry, I deviated from your question, but I had to say a few of those things.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much, Minister. You've also touched on financing, and I do hope the international community is listening to how Africa is really the lungs of the planet, and that they should invest in Africa, because Africa is contributing to their survival by absorbing the CO2. So thank you for that. And I think you've also raised another very important point, which is transboundary areas and conservation, because transboundary means within Africa, but also between Africa and other parts of the world. And this approach offers much promise to reduce the biodiversity loss with people at the center of the landscape. It reduces conflicts and cooperation, not only within Africa. We've seen that in a biopelt project, bringing together 40 million people sharing the Lake Chad in Central Africa. But we see that in other parts of the world as well. We see that within Africa and across different parts of the world, within Africa and other areas, because the climate change knows no boundaries, yes? And the biodiversity loss knows no boundaries either. So maybe I'd like to hear from Amy about her experience in transboundary areas and conservation, especially from CMS. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for that question. I was hoping to come in on this question of other models for protected areas and conserved areas, and this is exactly where I wanted to go. So the first point I'll make is we've talked a little bit thus far about the 30 by 30 goal that's being negotiated in the CBD discussions. And I want to clearly say it's not enough. It's not enough just to have a number of 30 by 30. The IPAS 2019 global assessment said that. They said one of the issues is, as Juliette pointed out, the effectiveness of these protected areas. But the other thing they pointed out is the connectedness. The ecological connectivity of areas is an essential ingredient for the effectiveness of protected areas and conserved areas. And it had not been achieved. So we've been working hard with a network, and Alfred has been at the forefront of this as well as part of our CMS leadership, to try to see a change in what gets negotiated. And so far, it's one of the only unbracketed words, I'm happy to say, in some of the goals. Yes. So it means that we've come a long way and people appreciate it. But doing it on the ground is what matters. So it's one thing to agree. But when that agreement gets adopted, there's going to be a rush of investment and implementation. And we need to make sure that on the ground in Africa, that is translated into really meaningful application. What does it mean to have ecologically connected areas? So one analogy I like to use, it's really a powerful tool for achieving the SDGs, because what connectivity is really about, it's kind of like a spatial planning approach. It's saying these areas are the most important to protect for ecological value, and these areas are areas that we can zone for economic development and for highways. And doing it smartly, doing it with the mapping tools, doing it with the economic tools, but doing it so that you can have both, and that is exactly the point of the SDGs, is that these can be mutually supportive goals. I also want to point out that connectivity is not just about species. In fact, the second Global Land Outlook that was just issued by the UNCCD, the Desertification Conference that was just held in Côte d'Ivoire, it said that connectivity is also essential for effective restoration. You have to have that as one of the ingredients. Otherwise, you're just reconnecting or restoring little islands of biodiversity that do not make ecological sense. So this is another very important point. And for climate change, there's also a lot of scientific evidence that connected systems are better for resilience and for mitigation. My final point comes to the heart of your question, which is connectivity is also crossing borders. And the Convention on Migratory Species, this is why we exist. It's to deal with species that have a range beyond one country. And so it means that you have to have countries not only with protected areas in their own boundaries, but across. And Africa has many incredible, effective, successful examples of transfrontier conservation areas. We have a pavilion here that we're working with the EAC that we're hosting and opening later today. I invite everyone to come, where we're focusing on exactly this issue, but we're also working in other parts of Africa. My last point on this is the birds, coming back to the birds, and many aquatic species, they travel a long ways from Africa to other parts of their breeding areas to the north. And if those countries are not protecting Africa's species, then your conservation areas are not going to do the trick. So we have to work with the whole flyway system, the whole range of where these animals go in order to see success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a big hand of applause for our distinguished panelists. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to share with you a very few closing remarks now. I think, and the first take-home message is that we not only have to build back better, we need to build back wiser. There is no Africa number 2. There's one Africa number 1, and we need to act now. And I would like to say that Africa's protected areas do contribute to resilience building. And in 1996, the Africa Man and Biosphere Program was established, and we now have 90 biosphere reserves in 33 countries promoting regional cooperation, but certainly this is not enough. We need to promote knowledge cooperation. We've seen here from our distinguished panelists that we need to have custodians of knowledge in Africa, and how to then bring on board the local indigenous knowledge systems and societies, how to have certification for these different knowledge holders, how to create the bridges between the different knowledge holders so we have a new approach, new models for Africa protected areas, so that we have all of Africa as custodians of our only nature. And I believe that the scientific monitoring to reconcile the scientific knowledge, local indigenous populations, is also very important. We must regenerate this knowledge, but we need large-scale data monitoring in order to be able to protect our continent, Africa. And I think finally, I would also like to say that missing in this dialogue today with the youth, this intergenerational dialogue for shared values is very important if we want to continue to protect the Africa for the future we want. So this integrated, holistic approach is very important, and we have to bring together people around multiple values. And we need to continue to promote and preserve the harmony of Africa's ecosystems. So, dear participants, join the Africa nature journey, because there's no Africa too. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. I sincerely apologize to those who were unable to take the floor. We had a multitude of questions, but off-site, offline, I'm sure panelists will be able to respond to you. Thank you all, and thank you to the translators, to the technical team, to IUCN, who's worked behind the scenes, WWF, AWF, but to you, the exceptional panelists and exceptional participants. Thank you very much.
start? Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are not tired of seeing me already. But I'm glad that I'm not going to speak. This is not my session. I'm mainly introducing the stream managers and managers of the themes for our conferences that will be highlighting what's going to happen within the themes and what programs they're going to lead us on. And without any further ado, I'm going to invite the first three leaders of the streams, and that is Luther Anukro, IUCN Region Director, Eastern and Southern Region, to represent what APAC is about. Luther, please. Also, Fred Kuba, AWF Vice President, Global Leadership, to come and present APAC objectives. What do we want out of this conference? And last of this group, I'll invite Beatrice Iza, Director General, Ministry of Environment, Republic of Rwanda, to talk about why we chose Rwanda. They each have 5 minutes. You are between us and our lunch, so please, it's gonna be 5 minutes, and you are not former president, so former minister, so I'm gonna keep a little bit of time here. So please, Luther, can you please take us through why APAC and what has been involved? Please go ahead.
Okay, good. Yeah, so thanks. Thank you very much, Kadu. Maybe just to let you know that I'll just say a few things about IUCN. So IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, is a union. It's made up of government and also civil society organizations, as well as a new category of organizations, which is the indigenous peoples organizations, and subnational organizations, which will include provinces, it will include municipalities, and it will also include districts can become members of IUCN. So the other part about IUCN which is not mentioned is the commissions, or probably which may not be knowing, is about commissions. So we have 6 commissions: the Species Survival Commission, the Commission on Ecosystem Services, Ecosystem Management, the Commission on Environmental, Economic and Social Policy. We also have the World Commission on Environmental Law, and we also do have the Commission on Education and the Communication, and then lastly the Commission on the World Commission on Protected Areas. So we convene this particular meeting with the World Commission on Protected Areas. So the World Commission on Protected Areas convenes annually, every 10 years, the World Parks Congress. And this sets the global agenda for protected areas. And after that, regions or continents decided that they need to have continent-specific congresses that focus on specific issues in those places. And Latin America has had a number, and so has Asia, and so has North America, and so has Europe. And we are glad that this is the very first one that we are having on the continent. So the way it was set up was that we did have an international steering committee, which was chaired by the former WCPA chair, that is Kathy Mackinon, and also co-chaired by Kadu Sebunya, and also co-chaired by Rwanda government Permanent Secretary for Environment, Patrick Carrera. And below that, we had a Congress Organizing Committee. We also had the program teams and country host committees. there's a partnership between IUCN and IUCN SRO and AWF, basically to co-host the Secretariat. And this Secretariat put together a team of consultants that have been supporting this entire process, and it is co-led by Fred and myself. Now, why APAC? I think a lot has already been said, and so the framing has happened in the last 2 days. APAC basically is coming into being for this very first inaugural meeting of APAC is focusing on 4 main things. The first one is to create a common vision and values for protected areas in Africa. And here we're really focusing more on leadership, we're focusing on governance, we're focusing on citizen participation. And you could see that coming through the various themes that we were talking about yesterday. The second aspect is to underscore the value of protected areas to the social, ecological, and economic development. And this is basically the critical role that protected areas play as natural assets for sustainable development. And the main framing of this is to move away from the paradigm of conservation versus development to a new way of thinking of conservation for development and development for conservation. And thirdly, this Congress is focusing on voice. And we are trying to celebrate the custodians and defenders of nature. And this includes indigenous people, it includes local communities, it includes youth, it includes women, and all the other various constituencies. But we are trying to say that the issues of people must be at the center of conservation. And then fourth is to promote innovative solutions to some key challenges that are consistently being met now. And those include addressing the issues of consistent and sustainable financing, and also the issue of disaster risk reduction and climate change. So we are looking at a number of those issues, and so you'll find that the entire framing of APAC is following that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Loda. And you are under 5 minutes, so that's a good. Let me recognize the presence of His Excellency Haile Mariam, the former Prime Minister of Federal Republic of Ethiopia. Welcome, Your Excellency. Fred, what are the objectives of APAC?
Thank you, Kat. Thanks a lot, Loda, as well. So maybe before I go into the objectives of us, in about 2000...
It's off.
Okay, thank you very much. In 2018, led by IUCN and WCPA, we began the dialogue about forging this Congress. And I actually need to recognize a dear friend and colleague, Dr. John Waithaka, who led that discussion from the Africa perspective for WCPA. We then came up with 3 key broad objectives that would guide the Congress. And essentially, that the Congress will focus on protected areas, the Congress will focus on people, and the Congress will focus on biodiversity. We recognize that these 3 are not mutually exclusive, but we wanted to give that focus to these 3 main areas. And then we broadened out that into cross-cutting issues that I will talk about a bit later. The cross-cutting issues that we thought about were issues that enable conservation or could disenable conservation. So issues such as infrastructure development, conflicts as an example, as well as climate change, which could undermine development in significant ways, development and conservation in different ways. The other broad category of enablers are governance, and governance can also undermine, but if done well, governance actually propels us forward. Science, technology, indigenous knowledge are also key, and we want to look at that. Again, these can propel us forward, but if done wrongly, can undermine us. And then lastly, finance, sustainable finance was the other cross-cutting issue. Across the board, because we're in a post-COVID era, we kept in our minds the issue of COVID and its implications across the board. We had a team of experts, over 54 experts from across the country, from across the continent. 54 just came up as a number, but it's actually aligned with the number of countries in Africa. And they worked rigorously, passionately and committed in drafting the concepts behind the 3 streams and the 6 themes, and you would hear them shortly. We put together a call for proposal in May 2021. We received over 580 proposals. We were truly overwhelmed with the number, and the number represented the breadth of the continent as well. Of that number, we selected 250 to be part of the main Congress, so part of the main program, and then we selected a number to be part of pavilions, 300 or so of them. There are 17 pavilions that we will be having here, and they will be featuring about 300 events. We also have posters. Many organizations put together posters. There are about 100 of them. Collectively, 52 countries out of 54 countries on the continent have engaged. And I need to say here now that we have currently over just about 3,000 people who have registered and are engaged with this process, and they come from across the continent, but also from outside of the continent, from Europe, North America, Asia, and Latin America. So this is a truly African Congress, but it's also a truly global Congress. In terms of participation, we're very, very careful to try and get the breadth of the African society engaged. So we looked at government engagement, we looked at private sector engagement, we looked at civil society engagement. And to that end, we organized pre-congresses, which we all have heard about, bringing the youth together a few days before the Congress, and also brought the indigenous people and local communities together. The other thing we did, especially with respect to government, which we started actually almost 2 years ago, was to establish the Africa Protected Area Authority Directors Platform. And we did that because we really wanted a strong engagement of government in this process. The group came up with 3 things that would guide them, sustainable financing being one, how to respond to disasters being another, and the third being how to cooperate between themselves. We could not stop their process. They were so energized, and that energy led to the Pan-Africa Conservation Trust Fund that was yesterday's soft launch. So that group is functional and it's operational, and I'll urge every protected area authority director here to really be a part of it. If you are not, join this group, because it is really the future of African protected area directors going forward. And then lastly, we have been engaged with developing this Congress in 3 main ways. The first way is the high-level panel. So every morning between 8:30 to 10, you have high-level panels. Each panel picks a key issue. It was the protected area challenges and opportunities. We'll have a second one tomorrow focused on finance. And then the day after, we'll have something focused on the rights of people. And then lastly, we'll have on Friday a focus on climate change. Saturday would be a wrap-up of everything. So basically, from how the day flows, that's the way it's going to run. Pavilions will have their events going on, and you want to step in there and engage with the pavilions. We have the side events and workshops that are also happening. Step into those and enjoy and have fun. Essentially, that's what we've prepared. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Beatrice, you have a challenge here. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it on? I think we need help. Are we?
Press has.
Maybe that. Do you want to use that?
No, it's
the one next to you. The other chair. Perhaps it works.
What about has?
You should have put me in the middle as the only lady.
You should have asked. Thank you.
So thank you, Kedu. I think I'm just going to highlight a little bit why APAC in Rwanda, why APAC in Kigali. So firstly, one point is our geographic position, which we did not choose. I think it just happened that the gods decided to put Rwanda at the center of Africa, where we have the north, the south, east, and west easily traveling to Africa, to Kigali, to Rwanda, and maybe this is a fair travel distance for everyone from east, southwestern, eastern part of Africa. So this, we did not have any role to play for it. So I think that's a good thing for us. But most importantly, the second thing is the conservation leadership in Rwanda. The conservation leadership comes with policies in conservation that we have, the policies to protect different conservation efforts we have. But most importantly, let me highlight here the gorillas you all know, the famous gorillas we all know. Remember in the 90s, these were almost going extinct, and they were listed as the critically endangered in the red list of the IUCN. But with the efforts, with the conservation efforts, good leadership, but also the conservation leadership with the policies, the laws we've put in place, we managed to get from 395 gorillas in 2000 to 604 gorillas in 2016. And from there, we managed to get them from critically endangered to at least endangered species in the red list of the IUCN. And we believe with all the efforts we're going to put on, maybe we will be able to get them even out of the red lists. Who knows? So that's one example. And all this is done having in mind people. We are people-centered. Whatever we do, we've discussed yesterday where the indigenous people were just saying that sometimes we have endangered species and other wildlife animals at the center while forgetting our people. But I think this is something we all need to really take care of. And in Rwanda, we have really, we are trying. We're not yet there. We are not there yet, but it's a journey, and we think we will make it. With the saving of gorillas, we're trying to make this revenue sharing system where the 10% goes to the community. It's like giving back to the community. They are protecting, they are part of the protection programs, so that whatever we do, we put them in the center, and whatever revenue we get goes back to the community to help them building the health centers, schools for their kids, but also directly or indirectly teaching. Because I believe the small and young kids who are seeing this program coming in their villages, those who could not get the chance to go to school, seeing a school coming close to them, and then if they ask the elders, they tell them, because we conserved, we have got a school here. I think that's also one thing I would highlight. It's kind of an informal education to the young generation. So with that, not only with big parks, but also have some conservation efforts as well. I would here mention the Gishwati-Mukura National Park. This wasn't a park before. It was just a forest, degraded, but with the conservation efforts, we managed to also make it a park, and furthermore to have it as a biosphere reserve under UNESCO. So these are the conservation efforts as well we are doing. And when it comes to the town, we're not just seeing the rural area, but also the town. We have chance to have conservation in the towns. You noticed yesterday, how we just launched the Nyandungu Urban Park. That's an example of how, instead of focusing only in the rural areas, we can also try to seek solutions of how we can protect some areas in the middle of the city. So the Nyandungu wetland is one of those examples. Lastly, I would mention one important thing which I really want also to focus on is the enabling environment for APAC. We cannot have APAC here in Rwanda if we don't have security. So security is one thing, but also how the country is positioning itself to secure all people who are coming, the participants, and even the Rwandan population. So we are a secure country, but also visa-free for African. So when you come to Rwanda, it's easy for you to travel and it's easy for you to feel safe in Rwanda. So those are the major things I could mention as why Rwanda has hosted APAC, but most importantly, also the partnership we have, the strong partnership we have with different organizations, but mainly the IUCN, AWF. We are good partners, and I think these are the efforts we take at the heart as Rwanda, and we believe this will continue and with all other partners. And this is just the starting, the very first APAC in Africa, but we look forward to continue having other congresses and with more promises on how we're going to protect our environment and our conservation efforts together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we all agree that after this week, with our Kigali Declaration or Kigali recommendations, Kigali will be always remembered as part of what we will have done for Africa. So please, let's power pro the team as they leave the stage and introduce three others. These are now leaders of the streams you'll be participating in. They have 3 minutes each. It's really elevator marketing. You're going to market your stream so that you get the people, the audience you need. Let me invite Philip Muruthi, who is leading protected area and conservation area stream. Monifa Musasa, she's leading the people stream. Please avoid the middle chair unless it has been fixed. Then we have Yusuf Do, who is share what's been prepared for the biodiversity stream. Oh, I thought you were Yusuf. Do we have, oh, all right, there he is. Please use the other chair. So let me start with the film, protected area and conservation area stream. What should we expect?
No, thank you very much, Kadu. And good morning, everyone. I'm here to introduce to you the protected areas and conserved areas stream and to ask for your participation. So in this stream, we have an overall objective of promoting effective and well-managed networks of protected and conserved areas in Africa. We have all heard and agreed that Africa has great and diverse protected and conserved areas, and that these areas need to be more effective in meeting the goals for which they exist. This morning, we have heard a lot about that at the high-level dialogue. So we have divided this stream in several panels, and I want you to look at your program to check those particular ones you'd like to participate in. This afternoon in this auditorium, we'll have a panel that will look at how effective are protected areas in conserving biodiversity and ecosystem services in Africa, what constraints and opportunities exist for management effectiveness, including representativeness and connectivity. We'll ask questions. We'll probe into this issue, look at questions such as what is the effectiveness of protected areas in Africa in general? What are the lessons we are learning? And what needs to be done well? How connected are our hotspots? And what actions do we need to take? Tomorrow, or in the afternoon in a parallel session, we are going to be looking at the impact of COVID and other pandemics. We have been told that COVID is not the last pandemic we are going to be facing in Africa. So how prepared are we in terms of pandemics for our protected and conserved areas? We're going to be looking at another panel later on how to achieve effectiveness through connected and complementary networks using other effective area-based conservation measures and how we can fill those gaps. Don't miss that panel, which will be asking questions on how even including marine conservation areas, how those can contribute to meeting our targets. We'll also be having another panel, finally, which will look at protecting the protectors. Capacity building is very important, supporting rangers for improved effectiveness. What can we learn, and what is the game changer? What is that transformation for the game changer, for the ranger of the future? We will come up with recommendations and contributing to for this stream that will contribute to the Kigali action, call for action, demonstrating the value of protected areas and conserved areas, looking at novel ways to improve management effectiveness, and really looking for commitment for African countries to contribute to protected areas and conserved areas. And we know that APAC will be launched at this conference, and we want to use them as a launch pad for facing these challenges. So please look at your program, mark which panels these are. We want an interactive session, we want participation, and so therefore, this is our moment to promote effective and well-managed networks of protected areas in Africa. Thank you. Welcome to our panels.
Thank you, Phil. Now, Monifa, it's your turn. People are centered. What should we expect the people's stream?
Thank you very much, Kadu. Good morning, delegates. My name is Monifa Musasa. I'm a Malawian, and I'm very proud to be here today to present to you what the People's Stream at APAC offers. I'm the African lead for international policy at IFO, but also the African vice chair for the IUCN Commission on Environmental, Economic, and Social Policy. I stand before you today as a co-lead of the People's Stream, which I've led together for 4 years with my very good friend and mentor, Ms. Fiesta Warinwa from South Sudan. Listening to the opening remarks yesterday, and specifically the statements from the indigenous people and local communities, as well as the youth, we all agree that for Africa to effectively conserve its natural resources, people must be at the center of it. Indigenous people in local communities, as well as the youth, must be equal partners and shareholders in conservation. I do not want to take you back to the challenges that were expressed yesterday. Most importantly, we all agree with them and everyone who is here today that as Africans, we need to amplify messaging on the mutual benefits of nature for people, as well as for nature itself. This is why the People's Stream, as we've heard today, prioritized organizing 2 pre-congresses, one on indigenous people and local communities, as well as one on youth, to enable them to prepare well and identify priority areas that we want to be focused on here at APAC. Bearing this in mind, the People's Stream will thus provide space for these important people to have meaningful deliberations, as well as highlight success stories from the indigenous people and local communities through their effective management, the challenges they face in this journey, the lessons they've learned out of that, and then agree on practical ways that could then be capitalized as we go back to our countries to enable us to achieve the socio-economic development goals that all our countries had set. The stream will specifically look at the current governance models of protected areas and come up with recommendations that will prioritize people. That means youth, indigenous people and local communities, women, the disadvantaged, and everyone else as equal partners and shareholders in conservation. It will also look at the potential and practical sustainable financing streams that are there that will enable us to achieve our conservation goals. The panel discussions in this stream have been structured in a way that indigenous people and local communities and youth representatives themselves are the ones on the panel discussing these issues. I therefore invite all of you to participate in our panels and be part of the future as we transform conservation in Africa. Please look at the calendar of events to identify the rooms that all these panels will be held. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you. Yusuf, I think you have the bottom line. This is where the rubber meets the road, the biodiversity stream. What should we expect?
Thank you very much. As I'm more comfortable in French, I deliver my pitch in French. Comme vous le savez bien, la biodiversité avec ses composantes animales, végétales et génétiques représente la pierre angulaire de la vie sur Terre. Ainsi, au niveau de nos différentes sessions, nous allons vous faire voyager, mais en business class, avec la compagnie Rwandair, pour vous faire découvrir les différentes opportunités et enjeux de conservation durable de la biodiversité africaine. Rejoignez-nous dans ce voyage unique au cœur de la biodiversité du continent africain, berceau de l'humanité. Mais au sein de nos différents panels, nous n'allons pas uniquement parler de la biodiversité, comme vous le savez bien. La biodiversité est connectée à beaucoup d'autres thématiques qui assurent sa conservation durable. Notamment, nous allons parler de biodiversité et changement climatique, de biodiversité et économie, de biodiversité et développement durable, et j'en passe. Chers participants, nous vous invitons solennellement à rejoindre nos différents panels où vous serez gratifiés de débats de haute facture sur la biodiversité africaine et ses enjeux de conservation aujourd'hui et pour le futur. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Merci beaucoup. I think this you have it. Now you have choices and options for going forward. Please, thank you very much. Now, I invite the last panel. This is the cross-cutting theme leaders. We have 6 of them. Each will have, again, 3 minutes to sell what or market what these cross-cutting themes are. So we have governance, climate change, conflict, SaaS, technology, indigenous knowledge, sustainable financing, and then the infrastructure. Please welcome on the stage. We have Tanya Maceron. Yeah, I'm gonna try my best to pronounce the next speaker's name. Harisoa Rakotonda Drazafai. I've tried, I apologize. Thank you. Christian Doria.
You're sit next.
Flores Pala.
First, because you're going first.
Oh, I should have said what they represent. Hariasoa is representing the climate change. Christian is going to talk about conflict theme. Flores is going to talk about technology and indigenous knowledge. Sue, please. Sue Simon. She's going to present on sustainable financing. And then last but not least, Lucy Waruingi, and she'll be talking about the infrastructure theme. Yep, let me start with Royce. What's the sub-theme about?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Florence Pala. I'm the lead of Science and Technology and Indigenous Knowledge cross-stream. Allow me to speak in French to speak about this cross-stream. La thématique sciences, technologies et traditionnelles connaissances a été choisie parce que pour l'organisation de ce premier congrès des parcs africains, il a été pour nous nécessaire de pouvoir mettre en avant les savoirs traditionnels pour mieux gérer nos aires protégées. Nous avons donc 3 sessions qui vont permettre de montrer pourquoi il est important de prendre en compte les savoirs traditionnels. Et comme il a été dit ce matin, nous sommes en Afrique, nous avons besoin d'utiliser des modèles qui correspondent à notre contexte. Nous avons aussi, dans ce stream, voulu mettre en avant l'innovation, puisque nous sommes dans des zones souvent difficiles d'accès. Donc il s'agit de discuter et de savoir comment mettre ensemble l'innovation technologique, mais aussi les savoirs traditionnels. Enfin, vous savez que pour tout ce qui est management des aires protégées, il faut des financements et donc il est nécessaire d'investir pour ne pas perdre ces savoirs traditionnels, les valoriser et de pouvoir mettre ensemble de façon holistique sciences, technologie, savoirs traditionnels. Nous vous invitons donc à ces 3 sessions qui commencent jeudi 21 et qui se termineront le 22. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Christian, please. Can you talk about conflict theme?
Thank you. Please allow me to speak in French. Bonjour à tous. Je suis Christian Noirard de l'IUCN et je vais vous parler du thème conflit. Un exemple, savez-vous qu'en 2018, au Burkina Faso, dans une région au nord de l'aire protégée du W, 30% du cheptel ont été attaqués par des carnivores pour une perte évaluée à 130 000 $. Un seul exemple pour vous démontrer la difficulté de définir les conflits, tant ils sont complexes, spécifiques et parfois singuliers, et aussi parce que les conflits sont au cœur de la raison de notre présence à ce congrès, car si vous regardez la palette de tous les outils de conservation dont font partie les aires protégées, eh bien, ils ont tous plus ou moins pour finalité de réduire et d'éviter les conflits entre l'homme et la nature. Dans un moment où le continent africain fait face à une convergence de crises assez inédite, crise climatique, économique, sécuritaire, migratoire, sanitaire, l'espace sauvage se réduit au profit de l'espace anthropisé pour les activités économiques de l'homme, l'agriculture, l'élevage, mais aussi la déforestation, l'urbanisme, tout ce qui, en fait, permet de satisfaire aux besoins fondamentaux des populations. Et bien, dans ce contexte, les conflits et ces situations nous emmènent sur un chemin que nous ne voulons pas emprunter, de faire quelque chose que nous ne voulons pas faire à tout prix, choisir. Parce que si vous arrivez au point de devoir faire un choix entre l'homme et la nature, vous avez déjà échoué. Si vous mettez la nature en face de l'homme, vous avez encore une fois échoué. C'est pour ça que pendant ces 3 sessions, nous aborderons les relations entre l'homme et la faune sauvage, entre l'économie, les activités économiques de l'homme et la nature, mais aussi entre les stratégies de l'homme et les relations qu'elles ont avec lui-même. Nous apporterons, on espère, des solutions innovantes et inspirantes pour améliorer et faciliter les relations d'une espèce avec toutes les autres. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. We are going to hear from Tanya, please.
Thank you, Kadu. Je m'appelle Tania Merceron, je suis la coordinatrice régionale du programme Biopharma pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest et l'Afrique centrale. Mais aujourd'hui, je vais vous parler de gouvernance. Donc, je pense qu'on est tous d'accord que la gouvernance est une thématique transversale quand il s'agit de conservation de la biodiversité, n'est-ce pas? Donc, c'est pour ça que l'approche de l'APAC a été de mettre cette thématique au cœur des réflexions et de considérer la question à travers différentes perspectives. Nous avons d'abord une perspective interétatique. Nous avons avec nous l'UEMOA, la CEDEAO, la COMIFAC, le SADC, qui ont donc une approche régionale de la gouvernance. Nous avons des représentants de différents États, donc nous avons l'approche nationale. Nous avons plusieurs ministres de l'Environnement, des directeurs nationaux, donc qui vont apporter cette perspective nationale. Nous avons aussi des partenaires techniques et financiers qui sont nombreux à intervenir dans différentes thématiques, dans différents pays et dans différents contextes. Nous avons une panoplie d'associations nationales qui appuient également à différentes échelles, mais nous avons aussi et surtout des communautés locales qui sont présentes et qui, eux aussi, vont apporter la perspective locale des populations autochtones dans la gestion et la gouvernance de la biodiversité. Et ça a été vraiment au cœur de l'approche de l'APAC. Donc, du coup, on a une panoplie de représentants de ces différents secteurs qui vont s'organiser pour parler à travers non seulement les 3 panels principaux liés à la gouvernance, mais aussi il y a des pavillons, il y a des workshops, il y a des cliniques, il y a des conservation campus. Ils vont discuter donc de la vision africaine de la gouvernance, ils vont discuter des perspectives qui nous permettront de mieux gérer les différentes aires protégées et conservées du continent. Donc, nous allons aborder différentes thématiques, les outils qui sont disponibles, les types de gouvernance, le leadership féminin, et également mettre au cœur des discussions les peuples autochtones et la population locale. Donc, à travers les différents échanges, nous allons aussi essayer de saisir le momentum que nous vivons actuellement, qui est un peu un prélude de la COP 15 sur la biodiversité et les négociations liées au post-2020, au cadre mondial de post-2020 sur la biodiversité. Et il est important du coup que l'Afrique soit sur l'échiquier mondial. Il est important que l'Afrique présente non seulement ses préoccupations, mais présente surtout les solutions africaines, les solutions locales qui peuvent répondre à cette crise non seulement africaine que nous vivons, mais c'est une crise globale et il est important que l'Afrique apporte sa pierre à cette construction du nouveau monde que nous cherchons tous. Donc du coup, je vous invite à rechercher dans l'agenda les différentes sessions qui ont rapport avec la gouvernance pour que vous puissiez partager, prendre part aux différents échanges qui auront lieu. Et je vous promets qu'il y aura des surprises. On a par exemple un panel spécifique concernant le leadership féminin, et parce que nous croyons effectivement que les femmes, mais aussi les hommes, les personnes d'une manière générale sont au cœur du changement que nous recherchons, et l'homme et les femmes africains ont leur rôle à jouer, et je vous invite du coup à nous rejoindre dans les différentes réflexions. Donc rejoignez-nous et à très bientôt. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Tanya. Let's hear from Harris Hall, please, for the, yes.
Thanks, Kadu. So, good morning, everyone. So, I am here to talk about climate change as the WWF Africa Climate Change Adaptation Coordinator, but leading APAC as well. So, maybe I would like to start that Africa is always seen as the most vulnerable continent to climate change. And I think you do agree with me on that. And we've heard a lot this morning about that as well. And maybe just to say some example, like severe drought that affecting across Africa, like my home country, you've heard about Madagascar last year, that the drought have devastated millions of people. And it's not only the case of Madagascar, but I think most of the African countries. And not only drought, but extreme events, cyclones, sea level rise, heat waves, ice melting, we know about the Mount Kilimanjaro, and many more. And that says that Africa is really on the front line of climate crisis now. And we are really losing our livelihoods. We are losing our infrastructure. We are losing our lives. And we are losing our biodiversity. So with that, maybe you've heard about this recent 6th report of IPCC. And it's quite alarming. And even half of the species that have been assessed is projected to lose 30% of their habitat. 70 million of Africans are going to migrate to climate change. So I would say that as a mom, it's scaring me. And, and I would say that we need really to care about our future generation. And my baby is part of that. So it's my APAC baby. So we need commitment here to change the dots. So that I say, time is now to change the dots and to raise the profile of Africa being the most, I would say, most resilient in the world, to change the dots on that. I think that you do agree with me. And with that, Africa protected areas, I think that could play a great role to contribute to that. And in the next decade, I would say that we will be seen as resilient, not vulnerable anymore. So with this Congress, we will have 4 main sessions that we are going to talk about what protected areas we want in Africa in a changing climate, what people we want, and what biodiversity we want. And I think that part of that is really how we are going to strengthen the resilience of protected areas in Africa, how we are going really to leverage the role of protected areas as global solution to climate change adaptation, mitigation, disaster risk reduction. And I think that something that we raised today is the role of protected areas as nature-based solution. Nature is really the power. So we need really to make that work. So please come in this session. We will have a session starting from Thursday until Friday. And as said, we will have also more than 30 sessions as well in the pavilion and the session. And what I will say at the end is let's make us Africa the solution brokers and to build this resilient future for our nature, for our people, and let's act together. And I think that myself and my baby will leave this APAC with great commitment with you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I think we need a hashtag Harizoa conservation baby. Sue, please, can you talk about finance, sustainable finance?
Thank you, Kadu. Good morning, everyone. So financial resilience and sustainability are absolutely key to the long-term sustainability of protected and conserved areas. We've been hearing it repeatedly, this financial sustainability, this financial resilience. So I encourage you all to come to our sessions because we will show you the money. The aim of our sessions is really to showcase successful conservation financing models from Africa and beyond. We really want to show what is working and how to scale it up. We want to enhance knowledge of developing tailor-made finance solutions. It came up yesterday in the plenary that we can't have a cookie-cutter approach to conservation, and the same is with financing. We can't have a cookie-cutter where we try and use models. We need to have tailor-made finance models, so we'll be discussing those. And we really want to increase understanding of all the different financial mechanisms that are out there and the tools that are available and then how to use them. So we're going to do this by discussing different models, discussing ways to diversify financing and funding, and also the role of the wildlife economy or biodiversity economy and in terms of conservation and development. That's come up a lot in the last day and a half as well, how we need to align and that they are not mutually exclusive, but they can work together through the wildlife economy. We got 4 panels on Thursday and Friday, and the first one will be on building financial resilience for communities and their conserved areas. And this will look at innovative ways for community financing and funding, and then very importantly, how do we get that funding to the ground? We hear so often of financing and funding being given to communities, but not actually reaching those on the ground. So we will be talking specifically about how do you get that to the people who really need it the most. We'll also have a session on blockchain technology and looking at natural capital and wildlife economy and how they are related, but also the differences and how they are both so important, as well as financing specifically in West Africa and the models that are working there, and the African Green Stimulus Program, focusing specifically on the biodiversity economy and tourism as the pillars in that particular program. And then we have a specific panel dedicated to demystifying carbon. And we look here at trends in REDD+, but also in the carbon market generally, as well as the barriers and opportunities to financing from the carbon market, as well as community engagement in REDD+, and how do we ensure that communities are benefiting from these carbon projects, and also blue carbon, which is also very important from the marine perspective. Then we'll have a keynote on financing versus funding. What is the difference between financing and funding, and the tools that are available and how do you use them, again, in that tailor-made way. We'll also look at collaborative management partnerships, conservation trust funds, and then an initiative from South Africa of fiscal instruments. How do we introduce those to fund conservation, as well as a wildlife economy investment index that we'll introduce. So those are the main sessions, but over and above that, we have numerous sessions in different pavilions and side events. So please look out for them. They're in the IUCN Pavilion, the SADC Pavilion, the Resilience and Sustainability Pavilion. We'll be looking at wildlife economy, different examples, how to engage in it, and then also different financing tools. So please join us, and we'll show you the money.
Thank you. And last, we are going to hear from Lucy. Like, we all believe Africa's development is non-negotiable. It's how we should develop. This is a theme of infrastructure.
Thank you. Thank you, Kadu. My name is Lucy Warenge from the African Conservation Center. I'm leading this theme on infrastructure, and co-leading with me is Adam Cisse from Wetlands International. And indeed, as Sue talks about them showing us the money, we know where all the money in Africa is going to. It's going to infrastructure development. And for me, in a conference like this, where I've never seen a conference before, a conservation conference that has infrastructure as a main theme. It's normally a sideline that comes up in other discussions on impacts on biodiversity. So I really want to commend the APAC Secretariat and the planning team for accepting to have this as a central topic that we look through, recognizing indeed, as Kadu has said, Africa must develop. Statistics show that by 2050, more than 60% of the world's population will be in Africa. Most of those, of course, youth. And with that will come development for housing, for movement of goods and services, for providing support to the different elements of a society that's growing from lower income to middle income to high income. These are the aspirations. This is what we read in the Agenda 2063 of the Africa we want. This is what we read in the various strategic documents of countries in their economic projections. So how can we develop in Africa and yet ensure that we are protecting our biodiversity, we are putting in the appropriate safeguards, and we are ensuring benefits to local communities? So indeed, this cross-cutting theme is going to try and address all those. And there is no way to do that without this being an intersectoral engagement. So across our panels, which begin on Thursday morning at 10:30, Thursday at 12 noon, and Friday at 10:30, we have a variety of speakers and panelists drawn from the conservation usual suspects, yes, that's us, but also drawn from the banks, the international funding agencies, the African Development Bank, those who fund infrastructure. What safeguards can they promote, or are they already promoting, and how do we partner to ensure that those are improved so that our environment is not negatively affected even as we develop? In our panels, we'll have construction companies, the private sector, the Chinese roads and bridges telling us what are their models, where do we see the gaps, how can we work together to improve that? We're going to have government agencies from West Africa. How have they tackled infrastructure development in the Western marine areas where there's dredging and shipping lines and ports? And they have some amazing success case studies that I think we can learn from. We're also going to have people looking at infrastructure in parks. Our protected areas also have a lot of infrastructure, be it roads, be it ecologies. How should those be designed in a manner that has minimum impact in environment and yet retaining the business value? We'll additionally have clinics where people can take training. There's actually a master class that will run in one of the workshops on how to design physical infrastructure in your conservancies, in your community conserved areas. We'll also have tools on how you determine a project, design a project to ensure there is no net loss of biodiversity. So we want to welcome you to learn, but also to contribute both ideas, but also elucidate the areas that their challenges are becoming enormous. We come together as Africans many times when we are fighting illegal wildlife trade, but we now need to come together to address how to develop as Africa in a sustainable manner. The statistics that's going to be presented shows that in some areas, in some countries, we are losing more wildlife species to roadkills and blockage of corridors than to poaching. So animals are going to get into the red list, not because of poaching, but because of infrastructure challenges. So let's think together how to address this, because this could also be an area that causes us more loss than we thought. So we welcome you. And finally, on Friday at 12 noon, we are having an intersectoral dialogue that's open to everyone to say, how do we move forward after APAC? What kind of Pan-African engagement can we have that brings together the community of practice, that brings together the tools, that brings together the governments, the infrastructure funding agencies, the infrastructure construction agencies, the governments to set up the laws and policies? We need your thoughts so that we put those in the Kigali call for action at the end of this Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very big thank you to the panelists for the job well done, and a huge thank you for the audience. I'm going to invite all the panelists who was here to come back for the photographers are asking for a photo. So please come back, but this is the end of the session. Thank you very much for your patience and listening. Thank you. I don't know what is next. Do we? I think it's lunch, right? Yeah. So I think it's a lunch break. We'll see you later.
This afternoon, we will hear from distinguished experts in the field around how effective our protected and conserved areas are in conserving biodiversity and ecosystem services in Africa, and particularly looking at the constraints and opportunities to improve management effectiveness of these protected and conserved areas, including their representativity of biodiversity and ecosystems and their connectivity. We have 5 distinguished panelists this afternoon, and I'll introduce them as we ask them to come up and sit in front. But to get started, I would first just like to recognize the event manager, Philip Maruti, who is African Wildlife Foundation's Vice President for Species Conservation and Science. Then I would like to start by welcoming our keynote speaker, Ms. Amy Frankel, who is the Executive Secretary of the Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species, otherwise known as CMS. Ms. Frankel has over 30 years of experience in international environmental law and policy. She has held senior positions in several UN agencies, the legislative and executive branches of the US government, and worked in the private sector as an attorney. She joined CMS after working for 6 years with the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity, or the CBD, in Montreal, Canada, where she was part of the senior management and led the division on mainstreaming, cooperation, and outreach. She has also served for 6 years as the director of the United Nations Environment Program's Regional Office for North America in Washington, D.C. On that note, I'd like to invite you up to give us the keynote presentation. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. And what you didn't learn was that I was not the keynote in the program, but I was going to give the next speech, which was in a TED Talk format. So that's why I am standing aside to be a little more informal, but also I'm very, very pleased to provide these opening remarks for this very important session. I want to stress the words of this session, which is on promoting effective and equitable networks. And those are not words that are necessarily used in every room here. So it's effective, equitable networks of protected and conserved areas in Africa. And I'll touch on why each of those words is so important. The first is on effectiveness. And I do think there'll be a lot of discussion on that during the course of the week. I spoke this morning about one key concept for migratory species, which is that the clients that we have at the CMS, we are the only global convention that deals with migratory species and their habitats. And that concept is about what we call connectivity. And that word networks is about connectivity, because it's not only about isolated protected areas in one part of the country or another. It's not about a protected area or a conserved area in one country. It could be across borders. So it's about looking at what does species actually need? What does the environment need for an effective conservation management approach, for effective area-based management? So this concept of networks, I'm very pleased to see it in the title. And of course, it's essential for migratory species. But it's not only about species, and this is really important. And the head of the UNCCD, the Convention on Desertification, to combat desertification, they recognize connectivity as essential for effective restoration efforts. So if you're going to do restoration interventions, you have to think about this concept of connectivity. So we have been working on this at CMS for about 3 years since I joined, before I joined, in fact. But when I joined, we really took this and built a network of a lot of like-minded people. And I'm very pleased that there are many here at the Congress I've already been speaking with about this concept. But trying to elevate it and trying to get it really taken up in key decision-making arenas. And we came up with a definition. I'm not sure if you know that IUCN has this Protected Areas Commission, but it also has, as part of that,
a specialist group on connectivity. And there's over 800 experts around the world who specialize in this concept. So I had no idea. I met them. They said, we want to work with you. Let's partner. And we created a working group of the Convention on Migratory Species with scientists, with NGOs, with policy people, and have been talking about this for the last 3 years to try to move it along in these different fora. And I have to say, we've done some pretty good, we've achieved a lot. I think we can say that we've reached a lot of successes. The first thing we did was we defined it. And you'll see it's not just about species. A definition, it's a working definition, is that ecological connectivity is the unimpeded movement of species and the flow of natural processes that sustain life on Earth. So it can be about water. We know if there's a dam, and sometimes we need dams for energy, but they can also have impacts. It's impeding the flow of a natural process. So looking at these decisions we have to make for development, for economic benefits, for social benefits, thinking about where we put investment for infrastructure and for human needs, and also where we put conservation efforts for human needs and the needs of nature is very, very important. Now, as I said, the good news is that this concept is really kind of making its way into a lot of key decision-making rooms. One of those is the Convention on Biological Diversity, and it's in many parts of the draft Global Biodiversity Framework, and I really would predict that it will stay in there. So there is strong language. Now, in fact, some of you will remember the Aichi biodiversity targets that were adopted back in 2020. And connectivity was actually in there, but it was kind of quietly in there. It was in there in Target 11, which said that we needed to have, and I'm paraphrasing, but we need to achieve protected areas and other effective conservation measures, well-connected. The word well-connected was in there. But the well-connected part, unfortunately, didn't get a lot of airtime, didn't get a lot of attention as countries went about trying to implement that. And so while the 17% figure, which was the target for land, and 10% on water, were achieved at least on paper, the connectivity part was not, among with some other aspects. So it's still very important, and it will be important when the CBD process gets adopted this year, that implementation really thinks about this, and on the ground is what matters. So when work is going on in Africa to apply, to implement the GBF, the Global Biodiversity Framework, it's very important that this be a key part of it, and we don't miss the boat again on this very important piece. It's also in the Global Environment Facility, which funds implementation of the Desertification Treaty, the CBD, climate change, and some others. So there will be funding actually to support this kind of work on the ground. It's also in General Assembly resolution and several other UN forums. Now, the second part of effectiveness I just want to touch on is about the types of areas that are decided upon. What kind of a protected area or conserved area are we talking about? And not every area needs to be the same. And it's been said already by numerous speakers that protected areas are not the only model. And in fact, mixed use areas can be extremely important, especially for our customers, our migratory species. So I'll give you one story, which was CBD is based in Canada. So I went one spring up to see this phenomenon of the snow geese that migrate. And you go up to a place, it's actually a cornfield. And in the early spring, the water starts to melt. And all these snow geese, like millions of them, descend on this field. They eat the bugs and the nutrients that are there, and then they keep flying. And then the farmer farms the land. So it's not a protected area, it's a type of refuge, it's a mixed use area, but it is essential for those birds to be able to survive. So those are the kinds of things that we need to think about. It's not just about putting fences around productive areas and fencing it off from people. It's about thinking about what species use different habitats and what do we need to do to take conservation measures that make sense for that particular situation. Another is the third thing on, or key element for effectiveness is, of course, that a lot of things happen outside of protected areas and conserved areas, and we have to address the drivers. What is causing biodiversity loss? What is causing fragmentation? So we can have beautiful networks of protected areas, effective, but they won't actually be effective if we're not looking at what's causing a ministry, perhaps, or private developer to put a road right there, or do some mining right next to a protected area, or cut down a forest for agriculture. So we have to look at what are the drivers, what is causing the decisions, the economic and political pressure, let's say, for different areas to be used in different ways, and how do we address that? There was some discussion this morning about that. How can we bring forward more effectively the value of these kinds of conservation measures, not only for species, but for the federal government, for people's income, for communities, etc. The other thing that we have is that there are solutions, and it's a question of getting them off the shelf and making sure that they're being applied. So for example, with agriculture is still the largest cause of habitat destruction. But FAO and many actors in the agriculture industry have been working actually on sustainable agriculture and to look at what are the best practices to reduce impacts on the natural environment. But those are fine as long as they're used. So we need to make sure that, for Africa, the best sustainable agriculture practices are in place and used for those kinds of development. In the case of cities, we know there's going to be a large expansion of cities in many parts of Africa, along with a huge amount of road infrastructure. Now, when you think about protected areas, having the pressure of a road or a rail next door, or bringing more people, fragmenting and bringing more people into what had been wilderness can bring additional pressures. But there are tools that can reduce and stop the impacts of those kinds of infrastructure developments on species. Part of it is about upstream planning and this concept of spatial planning, before a project gets started, before there's an investment on the ground, saying we have to look at this. And the good news is there's a lot of tools, there's a lot more mapping, a lot of digital tools that we have that can help us figure out where can we put these roads and infrastructure in ways that minimize impacts on species. Another example I'll give, because CMS is very involved with this, is in energy. And we have a thing called the Energy Task Force. It is right now focusing on wind energy, because wind is obviously very critical for addressing climate change. And there's a lot more investment in wind happening more rapidly now because of the shift from many countries away from oil and gas. But as you might know, wind can have negative impacts on birds and also bats and some other species. And we've developed best practices with engineers, and actually the Africa Development Bank, the World Bank, the International Finance Corporation, others are at the table with us to take up these practices and make sure that they're used in projects that go forward. Again, we have beautiful guidelines, but if they're not actually brought into those processes, then it's not going to help. So that's what we're trying to do, is grow awareness about the availability of solutions. The last thing I'll touch on in terms of effectiveness and drivers is this issue of overexploitation of species. And it's something CMS, as you might know, we deal with what I'd call sort of upstream issues. CITES, which is our sister organization, they deal with illegal trade, illegal international trade. But we've done some recent work, especially in Africa, and we found that, unfortunately, the pressures from poaching for domestic use, not for trade, for domestic use, are in fact growing. And it's not an area that has gotten a lot of attention. There hasn't been enough looking at what's causing this. But some of the obvious reasons I think we can all grasp very quickly, which include income, food, sale to markets in developing cities, wild meat markets, et cetera, and for religious purposes and others. So it is an issue that's gotten, I think, very low attention, and we need to try to raise attention to that, and we're working on that within CMS. And again, just having the protected area is not going to be enough because animals don't stay still. They move, and sometimes they're in the protected areas, but especially if they're migratory, they move. So we have to look at these other pressures. The last key part of the effectiveness equation that I'll touch on is the other main theme of this session, which is on equity and engagement of the local community. This is an area that is getting, thankfully, much more attention. And in fact, the IPBES, which is the big science body for biodiversity and ecosystem services, they just released a study on this, and they found that it's absolutely unquestionable that you need to involve local communities and people and also work with them in terms of the management of local protected areas and the benefits if you're going to succeed. So the good news is that there is attention to this. I think there's lots of practitioners here at the conference who know this better than I, and I'm really glad that this session will focus on that. So I think in closing, again, I'm very pleased to be able to give some remarks. These are issues near and dear to the work of the Convention on Migratory Species. And maybe I'll just mention also, we're over at the EAC Pavilion, which we've opened with the EAC Secretariat, because we're doing a lot of work on transfrontier conservation areas. And I think that's an area where I see a lot of growth just from the discussions already here within Africa, which again, make all the sense in the world. If you're working on one side of a border and it's the same nature, it's the same species on the other side, then working together makes all the sense in the world, as I said. And CMS, the reason we exist is to bring countries together and partners and scientists and practitioners to find solutions for shared conservation challenges. So you could have a species that has a range of 2 states. They just go migrating between 2 states. And we can work with those 2 countries to find a tailor-made solution. We've also been doing work, for example, in Central Asia. We have all the countries of Central Asia working with us on a mammal initiative to work with the governments to say, what are your priorities? And we can provide that platform. So it's a very unique space that we work in. But the minute you work on migratory species, you're immediately working not only with habitats, you're working with people. So bringing it back to the opening remarks yesterday, having people appreciate the value of protected areas, of these networks, is at the core of success. So I wish you all the best success in these discussions, and I'm very honored to be asked to give the opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you so much for those opening remarks, Amy, and I think you've touched on a lot of points that we're going to discuss this afternoon. You've laid the foundation for really interesting discussion. Just 2 things I wanted to come back to that you mentioned. Firstly, migratory birds are something I worked on in my previous life, not as an ornithologist, but conserving the most important areas for birds. And so a really truthful litmus is migratory bird species, and when they arrive back in your country, and when they don't arrive back in your country, then one of the largest conservation networks is failing them. They're also really good at connecting north and south cooperation. And the other thing I wanted to just reiterate that you mentioned are these sustainable conservation landscape mosaics, that we can't just rely on one type of conservation to effectively conserve biodiversity. We need to look at mosaics of protected areas, of OECMs, of sustainable agriculture, and that requires real land use planning, appropriate land use planning to effectively plan how we create these mosaics. So thank you very much. We appreciate that you have to leave us now, but we thank you for your time and your insights. One more round of applause, please, for Amy. Thank you. Right, then I think our session has started in earnest, and Amy has laid the foundation for this discussion. We're here to talk about effectiveness, and maybe a couple of key questions to think about is effective at what? What are the metrics that we want to use to measure effectiveness? And this morning we heard Juliette talk about the fact that protected areas are increasing, but we're still seeing biodiversity decrease. We're still losing biodiversity. So it brings up this question of quantity over quality. Amy mentioned Target 11, and Target 11 really made us aware of this debate of quantity versus quality. And it's something that's coming up again in the new targets that are currently being negotiated. So how should we be improving effectiveness and efficiency of our protected area networks in Africa? And how do we empower Africa to take ownership of that process? And then lastly, how do we leverage the necessary funding to strengthen effectiveness? So on that note, I am going to introduce our panelists, and as I introduce them, I'm going to ask them to come up stage and take a seat up here with me. I would like to start with Professor Patience Gondiwa, who is a wildlife ecologist currently handling the portfolio of international conservation affairs and technical advisory role in the Director General's Office at Parks and Wildlife Management Authority of Zimbabwe. Patience is also the co-chair of the African Protected Areas Directors Working Group on Sustainable Financing. Thank you, Patience, if you can come join us. I would then like to ask Ms. Kahuri Yasuda to join us on stage. Kahuri works for the IUCN. She is currently the country representative for IUCN Rwanda office and the regional head of cooperation and partnerships. Thank you, Kahuri. Then I would like to ask Dr. Jamil Mandima to come up and join us. Dr. Mandima is I4's Vice President for Global Programs, leading the organization's conservation and rescue programmatic efforts across 40 countries, collaborating with diverse stakeholders around the world. Thank you. And then our last panelist I'd like to welcome is Abilio Sahid. Abilio is in charge of the program at the Institute for Biodiversity and Protected Areas in the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. Apologies for the mispronunciation. Guinea-Bissau, thank you. It's okay, no problem.
You, man. Thank you.
Right. I should have mentioned at the beginning that there will be translation required for this session. So he will be presenting in Portuguese. So if I could just give you a minute to move to the back where you can pick up a translation headset for this purpose, and then we'll start in a minute. Thank you. Right, so the format of this afternoon is going to be a presentation from our 4 panelists. They will each present. We will then invite questions to the panelists, so questions from the floor. And so I encourage you during the presentations to think about questions that you would like to ask regarding effectiveness, equity, how do we manage effectiveness, how do we finance, improving and strengthening the effectiveness of our protected and conserved areas. And the floor will then be open after the presentations for you to ask those questions. But to get started then, I would like to invite Professor Patience Kandiwa up to present to us. Thank you very much. Is this okay? Can you hear us?
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Thank you very much. So I'm going to present about some of the preliminary findings that we got from a survey that we did as protected area directors. We commissioned a survey last year. And maybe before I get into the outcomes of the survey and what it is that we got, I think it's very important that we reflect a little bit on the trends and realities that we are facing. We know that there is no shortage of information and data about the trends in terms of species and habitats. We know the IPBES report that Emmy referred to, which was published last year in 2019. These are all realities of some inconvenient truth that is in our face. And protected areas play a significant role in species conservation. And we know that there are issues of rights. We know we've got development aspirations. We know that the media also has got a role to play in terms of information dissemination and framing the narrative. We know that we've got tourism issues. We need infrastructure for water. We need infrastructure for access. But we need also to make sure that we do periodic monitoring and evaluation, and we assess what does this mean? What are all these competing demands on the environment and on protected areas, having implications on the protected area system? And from the survey that we did, we got some responses from about 10 countries in Africa, and that is just some responding information for your information. And one of the questions that we asked was to identify the development or economic activities that occur around protected areas and in these various countries, just to establish where most of the pressure is actually coming, which is affecting our protected areas. And you can see that there's a lot that is happening with the extractive industry and also other economic infrastructure. And the graph that you see there in blue, you see actually there's actually over 70% of the respondents indicated that these issues are actually very, very prevalent and are really affecting how the protected areas in terms of ecosystem functioning and provision of ecosystem services that we all seek to derive from these, and with implications also even on connectivity that Emmy was just talking about. We also tried to gather information in terms of the development and economic activities that impair ecological integrity of protected areas in these various countries. And it emerged that based on the ranking of the various activities that we identified, agriculture and also infrastructure, but also even the extractive industry, which includes mining, came up on top. So you see the bars, the horizontal bars that have got 7. It means that that issue ranked quite high, and the lower the figure indicated that the issue was of less significance or importance. But these are also just highlighting how important it is also that as we manage these protected areas, we cannot encapsulate ourselves in a cocoon of the protected area itself, but we have to look at the ecosystem approach and look at what is also even happening around those protected areas, which has got implications on the ecological integrity of these protected areas and also the ecological functionality and connecting of different habitats and populations for various purposes. We also gathered information from various protected area directors in these countries where we got feedback on the challenges that they face in terms of trying to cope and address the challenges that I just mentioned, as well as the impacts. And it's very clear that whilst financing and funding is also very important, but the issue of attitudes and political will also very, very important in terms of actually trying to address this, and partnerships actually ranked quite high in terms of the options that actually can be explored. And in terms of some recommendations that they thought could actually solve these challenges, we got quite a number of views, and of course this the context could be different from one country to another, but obviously the issues of having more stronger and responsive policy and legal framework also becoming very important, and the need to have joint planning and also mitigation and strengthening of governance institutions, and also even research and data, which we require, because we can't manage what we don't know, because what is unknown cannot be monitored or cannot be evaluated. We can only know or talk of effectiveness when we know what we're talking about. So research and data also emerged as a very critical pillar that needs to be given attention. Then in terms of the benefits to local communities, I think just as Amy said in her opening remarks, this is fortunately receiving a lot of attention in recent years, and it's very important that the protected areas also deliver on the benefits and expectations from the local community surrounding these special places, because you realize that across the African continent, our protected areas, or most of them actually, are like rich biodiversity hotspots that are floating in a sea of poverty. And it's very important that we give attention to the issue of local communities. When your neighbor is hungry and your chickens are never safe. So it's very important that this issue is given attention, and I think this is also very much reflected in the findings from the survey that we did. Then in terms of what is considered as some of the factors that affect also even sustainability and management actions in these protected areas. Of course, the issue of the other effective area-based conservation measures, it also emerged, and 60% of the respondents actually mentioned this. But one of the challenges is that this those areas and those conserved areas, most of them are not really protected under any form of legislation, or let alone being recognized, even though many parties actually are reporting on them in their CBD routine reporting frameworks. And it's very important that we also give attention to community-based conservation initiatives, such as the Communal Areas Management Program for Indigenous Resources, the Campfire Program, which was born in Zimbabwe. And we need to scale up, diversify, and also make sure that we are pursuing sustainable community-based conservation initiatives that complement effectively the protected area system. Okay, we did the survey. We got some indications of the opinions, perceptions, and also submissions from these various countries. And the question that we have to ask now is, okay, so what? What now? Okay, this is the current status. These are the trends that we're seeing. We know that we cannot promote effective and equitable network of protected and conserved areas in our beautiful continent if we are not compliant to the various legal instruments and also policy at all levels. This varies. It actually varies from national to regional to international, and we want to make sure that the emerging trends in terms of infrastructure and the significant implications that this infrastructure has in protected and conserved area networks is actually looked at through various lenses. And we don't have shortage of frameworks, of tools, of laws, and yet the results that we are getting and the effectiveness of our implementation measures is not really commensurate with the declining trends of the species and habitats. And it's very important that we take note of various initiatives and provisions under various instruments. There's several IUCN guidelines published, which is on the information in the public domain. We've got issues of environmental impact assessments. We've got protected area management plans. We've got also even various obligations that even as African states have under various multilateral environmental agreements, such as CMS, such as Iowa, which is supposed to provide a framework for effective cooperation and collaboration for the effective protection of these biodiversity hotspots, which are the protected areas, and also the conserved areas outside the protected areas. But the trends that we have, the reality is that they are not so pleasing, and we cannot continue on this same trend. We need to find ways and mechanisms to improve effectiveness and implementation of these tools, because the tools are as good as we use them. They're as good as we utilize them. Without effective implementation, we are actually the architects of our own doom, and we need to have realistic and very effective monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, because without that, we will continue to have talk shows and we cannot walk the talk. So it's very important that we give due attention to these, especially when it comes to construction or building of infrastructure to meet many of our developmental goals. Africa's Agenda 2063 can only be a reality if we give attention to all these issues. And even as we digest and negotiate the post-2020 global biodiversity framework, it's very important that we are not necessarily reinventing the wheel, but we have to be innovative and make sure that we give due attention to all these issues. Otherwise, we will continue to preach to each other and talk to each other and talk the same things over and over again, and we have dismal results even on the post-2020 GBF if we do not face the reality and make a conviction to change the status quo, because we didn't do well with the Aichi targets. We all know that. It's not a secret. We didn't do well, and we cannot maintain status quo. It cannot be business as usual. as we reflect on all this. Thank you very much for listening. Over to you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Patience. We really appreciate those insights and sharing the results of that very important study. You know, a couple of things stood out to me around political will, around having the data to know what we're conserving, and having the correct policy and legislative frameworks to really support the variety of conservation, area-based conservation that we have in our African landscapes. So thank you very much. I would then like to invite Kahuri Yasuda up to give us a presentation focusing on the IUCN Green List of Protected and Conserved Areas at a global level and implementation in Rwanda. Thank you, Kahuri. Sorry, it's the PDF presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for taking your time to come to this important event. So as Danielle introduced, I'm pleased to present you with the brief overview of the IUCN Green List as a tool for scaling up and scaling out effective protected areas linking to conservation outcomes. So just to start with, it's very important that we are all on the same page for the rationale. In implementing Aichi Target 11 of the CBD Strategic Plan 2011 to 2020, the conserved and protected areas did increase. However, we can see that biodiversity decline continues and accelerates. Why? That's because some of the conserved and the protected areas are not contributing to the conservation outcomes because they are not effectively governed and managed. So these are the rationale of the red list. So in order to resolve this dilemma, we started discussing the establishment of two, like Green List in 2012 at the IUCN World Conservation Congress in Jeju. Then after beefed up conversation, the IUCN Green List was officially and globally launched at the IUCN World Parks Congress in 2014. So the IUCN Green List is designed to recognize and globally increase the number of protected and conserved areas that are fairly governed, effectively managed, and achieving their conservation outcomes. In other words, Green List is about to promote successful sites in conserving nature and to measure conservation successes. The IUCN Green List is a standard and composed of 4 key components that are good governance, sound design and planning, effective management, and successful conservation outcomes. The Green List standard has 17 criteria and 50 indicators. You can see some of the tangible Green List benefits. If you are trying to, green list it, access to the Green List network of members and experts are one of the benefits. If you are already green listed, marketing visibility is your benefit. There are other benefits you can see on these slides. So now I'd like to present you the green listing process in Rwanda as a case. So as you can see, there are currently 4 protected areas in Rwanda. Clockwise, the Akagera National Park and Nyungwe National Park, and Gishwati and Mukura National Park, and finally, Volcano National Park. So end of 2021, IUCN in Rwanda received funding from the Global Tech for Nature project and started assisting the government of Rwanda, represented by Rwanda Development Board, to get 4 protected areas green listed by end of 2023. IUCN Rwanda is currently in the process of 4 protected areas to be green listed. Since end of 2021 and to date, we have delivered the kickoff meeting with all stakeholders, and we have finalized the memorandum of understanding between IUCN and Rwanda Development Board, which include operationalization of the green list. And we had various meetings with park management to introduce green list. Finally, we are in the process of recruiting local experts to support the green list rollout in Rwanda. For the IUCN green list process, it's a simple, steps: application phase, then candidate phase, and then finally green list phase. So normally, for completing green listing process, it takes from 6 months to 2 years. And once you are green listed, certified, the certification is valid for 5 years, and after that, you are requested to reassess. So way forward, this is very exciting to announce that we are organizing the special side events on celebrating red listing work in Rwanda as a side event on Friday, 22nd of July, from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the IUCN Pavilion. We will be having a signing ceremony of the Memorandum of Understanding with Rwanda Development Board for implementation of the green list. So please come. I hope all of you will be able to come on Friday. Then we are organizing training workshop on green lists for site managers right after APAC. Also, we are planning the training workshop on the Rwanda Green List experts sometime in September this year. And also, as part of the official green listing application process as a prerequisite, we are starting green list assessments of the 4 protected areas in Rwanda. Then finally, between November 2022 to December 23rd, we hope to complete the green list application process for 4 national parks of Rwanda for green listing. Finally, in closing, I'd like to refer to some of the 4 questions Danielle presented at the beginning of the event. So I think in our opinion, the most protected areas in Africa are under-resourced, and governments are not putting funding into protected and conserved area as a priority, and it's pretty much reliant on donor-funded, support. So connectivity is a challenging work, but connectivity is a key to effectiveness to adapt to climate change and biodiversity. In this regard, we hope the Green List will work as an effective tool for scaling up and scaling out effective, conserved, and protected areas, linking to biodiversity and conservation outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kohori. That was really interesting and a great introduction to the IUCN Green List. I think what's really interesting also about the Green List is it touches on the point that Patience made, is that there is a lot of guidance out there generated by IUCN as well as a number of other partners on how to identify key biodiversity areas, OECMs. And what the Green List does is that, one, it's applicable to protected areas, but also conservation areas, or in other words, OECMs. But it also draws on other standards like key biodiversity areas, guidelines that have been generated by our commissions, the World Commission on Protected Areas, around how to manage protected areas, how we define privately protected areas. So all those things are built into the Green List, as well as the fact that it cuts across management, governance, planning, and conservation outcomes. So thank you very much. Then I'd like to call up our third panelist, Dr. Jamil Mandima from IFOR, to present. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So I've been listening and hearing, I need to. Yes, I do. I do have a presentation, so I believe I shared it with the team. Do we know how to cross-check whether it's available?
Should be loaded for Jamil.
So while that is being sorted out, let me just acknowledge IUCN, the Secretariat, the government of Rwanda, for hosting this very important meeting. For me personally, and for us at the International Fund for Animal Welfare, the subject of this stream is close to our heart. And listening from the remarks from yesterday and earlier today, even when Amy was opening, connectivity keeps coming up. So what I'm going to focus on is connectivity conservation for biodiversity and climate resilience. This is a program, an initiative that IFOR has prioritized because we believe the situation in Africa with protected areas and other related conservation areas requires fresh thinking and bold action. It's not time for business as usual. So in our process for connectivity, we are charting what we call Room to Roam initiative for elephants, using savanna elephants as our flagship. And as we do that, we are aware that once we protect elephants, we are also catering for all other species and the ecosystems. So my presentation will be structured this way. I just want to remind ourselves of the opportunity which actually comes from the problem, why we are doing this, and then talk about the what is room to roam, and then why are we doing it, what is the business case? And luckily from yesterday, every speaker said, yes, we need it for effectiveness. And then next say, how are we doing it as IFO and partners? It's never about IFO alone. And at the end, really say, how does this connect to the UN Sustainable Development Goals and climate change nexus? Now, we have heard talk about Africa's development aspirations as part of the African Union Agenda 2063. Justified, needed to build infrastructure, food security. But as we do that, with population increase, we also know that the pressure on land, on resources is increasing. Yet, this is a continent that is endowed with one of the unique wildlife heritage and resource, and elephants being one. That's why we use them. It is therefore incumbent upon us as responsible citizens of Africa and our global partners and friends to say, if our parks that really started as part of fortress conservation are so isolated, the map you look at there, the green are the parks in Southern Africa and part of Eastern Africa. This is just a microcosm. The message there is they are separate, they are isolated, they are like broken plates. Elephants need space. These parks are not fenced. So elephants go out, they go into other pieces of land. We've been talking about other effective area conserved measures, community lands, conservancies, campfire areas, wildlife management areas, game management areas, depending on where you are. So IFO, together with many of you in this room, believe that we need to secure and create effective habitats for elephants to thrive in perpetuity. But as we do that, that's the premise of room to roam. So the big picture is room to roam for elephants. Now, that's the summary. The big picture, link elephants from East to Southern Africa. And let me be very clear here. It's not like there's going to be a highway. All we are saying is, as a community, Africa has already dedicated significant pieces of land to what are now called trans-frontier conservation areas. Kavango, Zambezi, Zimoza, you can name them. Then in East Africa, key landscape for conservation and development, transboundary landscapes. So we get it, but they need to be larger. Because we heard yesterday, the count can be 8,600 parks, but how many of them are functional? So in room to roam, we are saying let's invest in the existing cause, but let's go beyond that and proactively bring parties to the table using good science to identify those pieces of land that are not necessarily current national parks, but are usable by elephants as habitat, by other wildlife, because they end up on this land. That's why we have conflict as a big issue. So when we talk about linking East and Southern Africa, we're simply extending the existing elephant clusters. Now, this map is just giving you a microcosm of where IFO works. If you go down south in Zimbabwe, in the northwestern area of Hwange as the largest park in Zimbabwe and hosting over 53,000 elephants as part of the Kavambo-Zambezi area. Then into central Malawi, a park called Kasungu, transboundary with eastern Zambia, part of the Luanga cluster of elephants in Lukusuzi and Luhambe national parks. And then further east in southern Kenya, transboundary with northern Tanzania in the Amboseli, Tsavo, Kilimanjaro landscape. So those three landscapes we are working on the ground, and we work there at the invitation of the governments and the local people. Indigenous people and local communities are key to what we do. We never do anything we don't prescribe. And what we have put in yellow are essentially a reflection of that connection and link we talk about, because the science which we have invested in over the last 20 years has already proven to us that the elephants are genetically connected. We have had collared tracking of these elephants over many years by different parties, IFO included significantly, and we know they will move for water, they will move for browse. And the reality, ladies and gentlemen, is climate change is a potential existential threat. So elephants will move, and when they move, people also move because we all need the same resources, and conflict happens. So what more can we do as a society than to proactively secure room to roam for elephants so that we promote more harmonious coexistence? There will always be trade-offs, but at the end of the day, it is about appreciating the very value we know indigenous people in local communities attach to their wildlife resource, to translate into a non-monetary value, but also in the process identify businesses and activities that they could benefit from elephants and wildlife alive and available to make sure the ecosystems are healthy. There is a plethora of scientific evidence, studies done over many years, that point to why national parks are key as cause where regeneration happens, but because it is desirable not to fence them completely, because that manipulation also creates an artificial sense of what numbers you have, which is not the end game. There is also known science about we need mega parks for the subpopulations to be able to connect as the part of the meta population. So all these studies, there's so many of them, point us to say connectivity is key, it has to happen. So this is based on the science most of you in this room have contributed towards, and also a lot of indigenous knowledge. There is so much science out there from the traditional chiefs, local residents, that no elephants pass through this route every time. So what more can we do but to simply plan better when we do infrastructure development, when we do where we place our crop fields for food production systems. So that's the rationale. Now, policy, my fellow panelists talked about that. Luckily, Africa has put very solid decisions. We are having a development agenda 2063. And with their wisdom, the leaders and the advisors have put very clear language on why it is important for us to secure our parks, our ecosystems, and wildlife resources. There are deliberate language around dealing with illegal wildlife trade and poaching, investing in law enforcement. That's improving effectiveness, which is the issue here. I talked about the SDGs, again, very clear language about life on land, about life in water, and all this requires connectivity because these large mammals, the elephants we use, move, and we should allow them to do that than to artificialize by manipulations that gives us a sense of comfort, which is temporary. We've talked about the Convention on Biological Diversity, the post-2020 framework. There's language there which seeks to make sure we're able to accept the reality of needing to connect the spaces that wildlife utilize. Amy talked about CMS, clear language on connectivity. Part of the TFCA agenda is premised on what the CMS and the memberships have all put together. The different regional economic communities, whether it is SADC, EAC, and others, I just mentioned a selection here, they have provisions in their various protocols by sector, whether it is for water, for forestry, about large spaces for them to be ecologically functional. So room to roam essentially is looking at, if I maybe just read here to be clear for all of you, we are looking at maintaining resilient and stable elephant populations by safeguarding a matrix of connected habitats across East and Southern Africa. Our activities will help assist dispersal and enable elephant populations to resist and recover from disturbance such as poaching and climate change. Now, when we do this, there is no intent to transform land that is legitimately owned and run by indigenous people in local communities, but to negotiate, because the sustainability and success over time for this to happen is based on these indigenous people in local communities. And I'm one, I grew up in a village. But for impact, I started by saying fresh thinking and bold action. Community engagement is key. I kind of referenced across my remarks so far. We are working with traditional chiefs in the places where we work, in those 3 anchor landscapes, with their peers, to listen to them, what matters to them, to ask some of the basic questions. Whose elephants are there? Whose wildlife is it? Are we waiting for top-down in government, whom we know from all the remarks, the resources are challenged? So for impact and sustainability, the ownership, the solutions should be embedded in grassroots, bottom-up, and working together. Strategic habitats. It's one thing to invest in existing parks, which we should continue to do because most of them are degraded, some are being degazetted, some are being converted to other uses. But we need to think ahead. Which areas are likely to have more water and more browse as a result of climate change? If they are not yet being used for something else, isn't it wise for us as a community to then negotiate with the landowners, communities, private sector, governments, to have that as secure habitats for elephants and other wildlife? That way we diversify the economy and the richness of what we have as a continent and as a global society. Climate smart food production systems. Africa needs to produce more food to avoid all the famines, but we can do that smartly. There was an era of shifting cultivation, extensification. We don't have to do that. There are so many fantastic institutions, FAO, etc., with cutting-edge science on how to do it effectively, climate smart. Room to Roam embraces all that as part of the toolkit. We had shortage of money, so we believe private sector needs to play their game. And luckily, I'm happy to say, with the reality of climate change, they are smelling the coffee, that businesses cannot be sustained over time if they don't play ball by investing in businesses that are environmentally sensitive. So impact investment is an emerging line of private sector, and part of what they are telling us is that, in fact, we are willing to go, but we are struggling to get investable and bankable opportunities because of the risks and so many things. So we are eyeing that as part of Room to Roam. Then I talked about it, I won't belabor it, broad-based partnership. It's not about the International Fund for Animal Welfare alone. It's about our partnerships with governments, with communities, with other NGOs, with all of you. So Room to Roam as an initiative is simply say, let's push the envelope and make a difference for elephants. And when you do that, we make a difference for people, for other species, and for healthy ecosystems. I talked about innovative financing. Is it new? There are parallel sessions running right now. But we know what? The paltry $53 billion being used now dollars for conservation worldwide is a drop in the ocean of the estimated 700 billion required. And even of that 53 billion, most of it is in the developed world. So Africa needs money, which means the government grants, the philanthropic gifts, which are welcome and should continue to grow, cannot do it alone for Room to Roam and the kind of aspiration we have for effective protected and conservation areas. So we need to up our game. How can we track, as IFO, the Green Climate Fund? How can we track issues of payment for ecosystem service? How can we look at debt for nature swaps? That's not a conversation that IFO should lead on its own. We can convene, we can encourage parties, but governments have a stake, political decision making. And we feel very convinced that there's a willingness among the parties, so the time is now. That is what will make it happen. We need funds, and we heard the stories from yesterday. I talked about linkages to UN SDGs. The list is there. Most of you know the goals by heart, but the point is, when you invest in connectivities, you hit most of the targets on SDGs. So there's no reason why we should confine ourselves to small spaces for elephants that, ladies and gentlemen, if we don't do right now, 40 years from now, they'll be gone in the wild. Do you want to see them in the zoo? I'm sure not. That's why we should do room to roam. But I want to end by talking about the nexus with climate change. It's about, once you protect large spaces, issues around carbon sequestration happen. Once you improve rangeland management, once you look at nature-based solutions broadly, once you look at issues of disaster response and early warning systems. So that's the combo that eventually help us to address climate change so that we can harness it and avoid it being existential to our livelihoods, our well-being. And on that note, I just want to say, how to change conservation game is for us to transform boundaries, for us to create room to roam for elephants and therefore everything else. So let's all get to work. I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mandima. That was really interesting, and I think African elephants just stir up so much emotion in all of us. It's an iconic African species. It speaks to so much of the conservation challenges we're facing around human-wildlife conflict and coexistence, about transboundary movement, about the need for space. So, yeah, really an iconic species for us. We are now going to invite our final panelists up, Abilio Said, to please come and talk to us on his experiences. Thank you. You will need to put on your headsets now for the translation from Portuguese. There should be a presentation for Abilio.
Boa tarde. Vou apresentar a experiência da Guiné-Bissau na construção, portanto, do Sistema Nacional de Áreas Protegidas, onde se tomou em consideração, sobretudo nesta última fase, a questão da conectividade. Numa primeira fase da construção, portanto, do Sistema Nacional de Áreas Protegidas, que foi apoiada pela IUCN, nós começamos por priorizar a zona costeira, devido à grande concentração da população e interesses. E aí decidimos construir um sistema de áreas protegidas que iria responder a algumas preocupações de ordem ambiental e também de desenvolvimento socioeconômico. Nessa perspectiva, foi criada uma reserva de biosfera, portanto, no arquipélago dos Bijagós, que é a parte que está, portanto, circundada no mapa por uma linha, portanto, preta escura, onde foram também criados 3 parques. Parques esses destinados a proteger determinadas espécies que existem, portanto, nessa zona da Guiné-Bissau. Talvez seja importante dizer que a criação da reserva foi também com o objetivo de criar um exemplo de desenvolvimento regional, porque a reserva coincide precisamente com uma região. E, ao mesmo tempo, também criar as condições para melhorar a reprodução dos recursos halieuticos por ser uma zona importante de pesca e de reprodução dos recursos halieuticos para alimentar os estoques da sub-região. Para além desses 3 parques, portanto, da reserva de biosfera, foram criados também 3 parques no litoral, portanto, na zona costeira, no norte, com a letra A, que é o Parque de Mangal de Cacheu, um parque destinado quase que de forma exclusiva à gestão do mangal, portanto, mangrove, para dizer que era uma preocupação da Guiné-Bissau resolver os problemas relacionados com a gestão do mangal, porque o mangal cobre 10% do território nacional. Portanto, era uma experiência que deveria ser estendida, digamos assim, às outras regiões do país. Também foi criado o Parque Natural das Lagoas de Cofada, que é o primeiro sítio Ramsar, que está aí com a letra B, onde se pretendia gerir a maior superfície de água doce existente na Guiné-Bissau. E, na parte sul, criou-se o Parque de Cantanhês, sobretudo para gerir as manchas ainda de florestas úmidas existentes, portanto, no território nacional. Portanto, era mais ou menos um sistema coerente de gestão, portanto, de algum património existente na Guiné-Bissau, mas, como podem ver, todo o interior da Guiné-Bissau foi deixado, portanto, de parte nessa primeira fase do processo, que foi até 2003, mais ou menos. Também para dizer que, a nível da reserva de biosfera, que eu depois falarei mais a seguir, temos várias espécies que estão consignadas, portanto, na lista vermelha, portanto, da IUCN. Salientar, por exemplo, que das 7 espécies de tartarugas conhecidas no mundo, 5 utilizam, portanto, o arquipélago dos Bijagós. O arquipélago dos Bijagós também, na rota de migração, portanto, da fauna, da avifauna, que vem, portanto, da Europa, que migra da Europa, é o segundo ponto mais importante a nível da África Ocidental. Portanto, esta foi a primeira fase de criação das áreas protegidas na Guiné-Bissau. Mas, sobretudo, para esses parques, portanto, a nível do continente, esses 3 parques, começamos a sentir alguns efeitos ligados, sobretudo, à deterioração e à fragmentação, portanto, dos habitats, sobretudo à volta desses parques. Podemos salientar que a construção, portanto, de infraestruturas, o desenvolvimento agrícola, queimadas, etc., descaracterizaram por completo todo o entorno, portanto, desses parques, o que levou, portanto, à necessidade de começar a ter ou criar, portanto, outras perspectivas de desenvolvimento dos parques, o que nos levou, portanto, à criação de parques, portanto, de nova geração, que são esses parques que foram criados, portanto, no interior continental, onde vamos ter, sobretudo, 2 parques nacionais, aí com a letra I, o Parque Nacional de Boé, e com a letra H, o Parque Nacional de Durlombi, e 3 corredores ainda que não foram terminados. O corredor, portanto, de Salifo, Chitole, número 2, no mapa, o corredor, portanto, de Kuntabane, que é o número 3, portanto, no mapa, e o corredor de Tchetch, com o número 1, portanto, nesse mapa. A ideia é, precisamente, ligar essa parte, portanto, do território nacional com as áreas protegidas, portanto, do sul da Guiné-Bissau. As imagens que eu vou mostrar a seguir vão mostrar o porquê dessa decisão, portanto, em relação a essa nova, podemos dizer assim, criação dessa nova geração, portanto, de áreas protegidas com parques e corredores. Sobretudo na parte norte, no Parque de Mangal de Cacheu, os problemas de pesca relacionados, portanto, com a pesca, os problemas relacionados, portanto, com a deterioração do mangal, levaram-nos também a tomar outras medidas no sentido de responder e solucionar, portanto, esses problemas. Portanto, aqui, já em termos ainda do desenvolvimento do SNAP, perspectiva-se, portanto, sobretudo nessa parte de Cacheu, a criação, portanto, de uma nova reserva de biosfera. Reserva de biosfera essa que vai incluir elementos ou partes, trechos da parte continental e também trechos da parte marítima, sobretudo para melhorar a gestão, portanto, dos recursos de pesca que são reproduzidos nessa zona, salientando-se o caso do camarão, e também melhorar a gestão dos outros trechos, portanto, de mangal que existem, portanto, nessa zona e ainda proteger alguns sítios de nidificação da avifauna também existentes nessa zona. Em relação, portanto, aos corredores, sobretudo na parte sul, pensa-se, portanto, numa segunda fase, digamos assim, estender esses corredores até chegarem, portanto, aos parques, portanto, mais costeiros. Nesse caso concreto, o Parque da Lagoa do Cofada e o Parque Nacional, portanto, de Cantanhês. De seguida, vou passar algumas imagens, mas para mostrar o porquê dessa extensão, portanto, de corredores. Se notarem bem nos mapas que nós apresentamos no slide, várias espécies de animais atravessam, digamos assim, essa zona. Como, por exemplo, o caso do búfalo, o caso do hipotragos, etc. E também vemos que há diferentes espécies de animais que não só frequentam o território da Guiné-Bissau, como ainda também se deslocam através de migração de curta, média e longa distância para os países, portanto, da sub-região. Daí essa necessidade, de facto, de não só construir, digamos assim, esse parque da nova geração a nível da Guiné-Bissau, como também ver como estabelecer corredores transfronteiriços, mas ao mesmo tempo também, se possível, parques transfronteiriços, no sentido de podermos gerir esses recursos, sobretudo recursos faunísticos, tanto de uma parte, ou seja, no nosso território nacional, como também no território dos países vizinhos. De salientar também, para o caso, sobretudo, dos bijagós, como disse anteriormente, que iria falar, é a questão, portanto, da avifauna. Portanto, o bijagó está inserido na rota de migração, portanto, da avifauna do Atlântico Leste. É o segundo principal sítio, portanto, nessa rota de migração, após o Banco de Argam, portanto, na Mauritânia. A imagem, portanto, do meio mostra precisamente a rota seguida por algumas espécies dessas aves, portanto, tanto dos seus locais, portanto, que utilizam, os seus habitats que utilizam no norte da Europa e a rota de deslocação, portanto, para o território da Guiné-Bissau, mais concretamente a reserva de biosfera e outros sítios de importância para a avifauna a nível da Guiné-Bissau, que são mais ou menos em número de 12, para além dos bijagós. A imagem, portanto, do lado direito mostra precisamente também o caso específico da tartaruga verde, a Chelonia midas, para o qual a Guiné-Bissau tem um dos principais centros de desova a nível da África Ocidental, que é na ilha de Poilão, no arquipélago dos bijagós também, na reserva de biosfera do arquipélago dos bijagós. Importa salientar que, a partir desse local de desova, muitos adultos se deslocam para o território, portanto, da Mauritânia, passando por Gâmbia, Senegal, e onde utilizam diferentes zonas, portanto, de alimentação, sobretudo constituído, portanto, pelos campos submersos de ervas marinhas existentes, portanto, nessa zona. Aí importa, sobretudo para esses dois grupos, portanto, de espécies e populações, portanto, diferentes populações de aves, importa salientar toda a necessidade, pelo menos, de seguir a articulação e a inserção, portanto, dessas diferentes espécies nos diferentes habitats que utilizam ao longo da sua rota, portanto, de imigração. Termino por levantar, digamos assim, alguns problemas ou desafios encontrados, portanto, ao longo desse processo. Alguns deles já colocados por outros painelistas, que é a questão dos recursos humanos. Na verdade, para alguns trabalhos científicos e técnicos, sentimos um grande déficit nesses aspectos. Também a capacidade de sensibilização, comunicação e advocacia, porque nessas áreas trabalhamos com diferentes interesses e a diferentes níveis, e às vezes até a nível transfronteiriço, e a advocacia aí tem uma grande importância, e a comunicação também. Também, às vezes, sentimos que há uma certa insuficiência da vontade política, sobretudo em termos dos processos, portanto, ligados à proteção jurídica e à conciliação de algumas iniciativas de desenvolvimento com as iniciativas de conservação. Muitas vezes essas iniciativas de desenvolvimento são consideradas como prioridades nacionais em detrimento, portanto, das iniciativas de conservação. Um outro aspecto que também já foi abordado anteriormente é a questão da sustentabilidade financeira para continuar todo esse processo em curso. Às vezes também, nos estudos de impacto ambiental que são realizados, sobretudo para as grandes infraestruturas a nível, portanto, do país, não são considerados a questão, portanto, da conexão, porque veem, digamos assim, esses aspectos como um custo incremental, portanto, nos projetos nos projetos de infraestrutura que são apresentados. Quer dizer, veem isso como um acréscimo dos custos que, às vezes, não são suportados, portanto, no quadro desse projeto. Há também a questão, portanto, da migração, como alguns dos nossos parques se encontram na zona de fronteira e nas zonas mais úmidas, portanto, do país. Há uma grande pressão em termos de migração doméstica e também migração transfronteiriça, o que causa enormes problemas em termos, portanto, de gestão desses migrantes, porque muitas vezes querem criar, portanto, aldeias, novas plantações, etc., que afetam grandemente os corredores e, em certos casos mesmo, algumas áreas, portanto, do parque. Muito obrigado, Pedro.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Abilio, and sharing your experiences from Guinea-Bissau. That was really interesting and certainly speaks to the topic of connectivity and large landscapes, and particularly these sustainable conservation landscapes that we're trying to build. So thank you very much for sharing that. Folks, we are now going to open up for questions to the panelists to inspire a little bit of debate. And we certainly invite you to take part in these discussions. If you have questions, we will open up the floor and allow you to ask them to the panelists. But I would like to maybe just start and put this question to Abilio, because he's just mentioned it, but it was also mentioned Patient's presentation around some of the results from the survey, and that was the question of political will, which seems to be problematic in terms of supporting protected and conserved areas. So my question, and any of the panelists can answer, but maybe you could start, Abilio, is how do we increase political will for the conservation of protected and conserved areas? We understand priorities and often conservation imperatives conflict with development imperatives, but how do we find the balance and how do we make the arguments to politicians to increase their support for the conservation of protected and conserved areas? Abilio, I'm not sure if you got the question.
Se bem me entendi a questão, a primeira era relacionada com a gestão das áreas protegidas.
It's about how do we increase political will for the conservation of protected areas.
Normalmente temos, portanto, programas, portanto, de comunicação que incluem também aspectos da advocacia. Nesses programas fazemos formação a diferentes instituições, portanto, do Estado, inclusive a nível da Assembleia da República, que tem grupos especializados que trabalham no domínio da proteção dos recursos naturais no país. Então, através dessas sessões, às vezes nós conseguimos os sensibilizar para tomarem algumas posições em relação ao trabalho que nós desenvolvemos. Mas é importante salientar que a Guiné-Bissau é um país que adquiriu a sua independência através de um conflito. Em 97, 98, houve um outro conflito. E de algum tempo para cá, temos experimentado muitas convulsões, o que dificulta um pouco esse trabalho da advocacia, porque as pessoas mudam constantemente e nas instituições públicas e mesmo a nível, portanto, bom, podemos dizer, dos partidos políticos que assumem o poder. Isso dificulta muito o trabalho, portanto, de conservação, porque cada vez mais temos que começar tudo de novo, o que já tínhamos feito anteriormente. O outro aspecto é ligado a determinados interesses que são considerados como interesses nacionais. Por exemplo, a questão de exploração de minérios, a questão de determinados tipos de infraestruturas, portanto, mais grandiosas, que às vezes estão muito ligados também a outros países e que às vezes são impostos praticamente sem estudos de impacto social e ambiental muito detalhados. Isso é um outro problema que às vezes temos, portanto, a nível político. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much for that response. I think I'm now going to open up the floor for questions. There are roaming mics, and so if you want to raise your hand, if you have a question for any of the panelists, please raise your hand now. Thank you. We have a question in front. I just want to check where the roaming mics are. Oh, here it comes.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Usman Kumo from Nigeria. First of all, let me protest to my sister for not including Nigeria in her studies. By the way, I'm thinking of APAC to look at how insecurity affects protected and conserved areas in Africa. What do I mean? For example, in the northeastern part of Nigeria, there are 2 protected areas. Gashaka-Gumti National Park, and Yankari Game Reserve. Because of insecurity now, Gashaka-Gumti has a low patronage. And for fear of insecurity, Yankari Game Reserve patronage now have reduced to less than 30%. What do I mean? If this continues, the two parks now, because of low patronage, will not be able to sustain itself. And therefore, instead of becoming a protected area, it will turn to a porous area. And I think this conference, there should be a paper on how insecurity affects protected and conserved areas in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. Yeah, I think certainly pertinent to a lot of areas in Africa, we do need to think about security and conflict. Are there any other comments or questions? We have a hand to the right here in front. Perhaps you could just stand so that the Roma, oh, there we go. And if you don't mind introducing yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Ogonje. I'm the Executive Director for East African Wildlife Society. And I just want to ask a question in relation to effective management of protected areas. We know that there is a problem. For example, in Kenya, we have institutions or government institutions that take care of protected areas. And we know that the problems that they have is that they are not well equipped. And I listened to the presentation that was done by Kaori, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, about green listing, which indicates standards that should be applied for effective management of national parks. And I just want to know whether there is anything more done beyond giving certification. Is there a capacity building that is done and also resources given to institutions that actually govern those national parks? Is there anything more that can be done? Because I know that they are overwhelmed by the parks all over, and this does not only apply to wildlife management, but also forest management. So I know that Forest Stewardship Council also is doing something to do with certification of forests, but is there anything more that is given to these institutions so that they can be able to be empowered and they can be able to effectively manage those parks beyond what they're doing currently? Thank you.
Great, thank you for that question, Nancy. And maybe I could ask Kaori to respond. Should be on. I think it's on if you're just talking to it.
Is it on? Okay. Thank you very much for your question. And just for your information, there are a few the conserved and the private protected areas already, the green listed and requested by your CS Tourism, Wildlife and Tourism. We are starting to the green listing more national parks in Kenya. So we would like to have you in the team for this process. And in terms of the green list program, whether they provide capacity building and resources, I think my understanding is yes, but would like to defer to Danielle, who is managing green list in the Eastern and Southern Africa region.
All right, thank you, Corey. I'll put on my green list hat then quickly. So yes, the green list is a certification, but what we actually call it is the green list pathway, because we recognize that it is a high standard. It's a global benchmark for effectiveness, and not all protected or conserved areas are going to meet it straight away. So the pathway is designed to strengthen management and governance of these protected and conserved areas. So the assessment process, which as Corey says could take 6 months to 2 years, is designed to identify the gaps in management and governance of those sites. And then we are developing partnerships with training institutes to provide additional capacity training to the staff of those protected areas to help fill those gaps. And we're building relationships with various funders in the region who are interested in seeing improved and strengthened protected and conserved areas. And so they are investing in the green list process to help strengthen those sites. So it is a process, and the IUCN, along with its various national partners, are there to support the process, including our commissions, our World Commission on Protected Areas. The green list assessment process also allows for the establishment of EAGLES, which are, it stands for Expert Assessment Groups of the green list. And what we are trying to do is sell the green list as a standard that then attracts further funding. So as a funder or an investor, you want to know that you're getting bang for your buck. And as a green listed site, you know that you're getting the most effective level of management and governance. And so we are trying to use the green list to attract financing to those sites. I hope that answers your question, Nancy. Great. Any other questions from the audience? I see another hand there. Please, sir, you're welcome. Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Clement Ebin, Dr. Clement Ebin. I'm from Nigeria, a retired director of park service. I want to call the attention of IUCN in particular and a few other persons that have contributed here today. There are some very key areas outside the national parks themselves that are yearning for preservation and for protection. Unfortunately, where there is no interest generated from the local communities, those areas are left to ruin. Now, the issue is we have said so much about protected area management, and by definition, some of those areas I'm referring to are not included. What do we do? What can IUCN do to assist private NGOs that have identified those areas, in fact, conducted some basic studies, and they need to be protected? I'm talking about some very key habitats. We have a peculiar situation in the Cross River State of Nigeria, where there's a key habitat for a remnant population of lowland western gorillas. Some time ago, it was declared that they were extinct. But when we started as young people, we were able to identify that they are still in existence. And as we speak, they are still there. I think that IUCN and your organization should kindly come to the aid of these efforts so that we don't lose important habitats and relic species. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment, Clement. I'm not sure if any of the panelists would like to respond to that specifically. No, I do think, if I could quickly respond, that this is where OECMs is really well placed to fill the gap, that we can't just depend on protected areas, particularly when we talk about securing all the important biodiversity areas, but also meeting a 30 by 30 target. In the African context, in the context of IPLCs and community conservancies, OECMs provide a global framework that is designed to recognize and support those sites. And personally, I feel it's something that we should be embracing in Africa more than anything else right now. Then I just wanted to invite patients to respond to the first question from our guest in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your question. Thank you very much for your question. And on the issue of including Nigeria, our desire from the protected area directors in Africa was to actually get a response or feedback from all the 54 countries. But I guess there's always next time, so it was not intentional exclusion. So I actually co-chair the Sustainable Financing Working Group together with my colleague co-chair from Nigeria, so he's very much involved in this work. And then getting back to the question that you posed earlier on the political will, I wanted to comment that, well, politicians are chosen by people, and the ball is in our court to choose the right politicians with the political will that we desire for the future that we want to see. And if we want to see a future where we are living in harmony with nature and addressing all these challenges, the big issue or the game changer is on the leadership. And I think the leadership sets the tone. And also in terms of ownership, whose agenda is it? Conservation agenda, so there's need for ownership and also even accountability on our commitments and obligations as countries. But just reverting back to the issue of leadership, I think it's time that we put women and youth at the center of the transformational agenda for the future that we want to see. I think women can do better.
Thank you, Patience. Indeed, I don't think there's anyone in this room who would disagree with that. Yes, Jamil.
Just a quick comment on getting political will. I mean, yesterday I was reminded about the need for us to deal with non-traditional partners when the Minister of Environment for Rwanda was talking about getting the Minister of Finance, Economic Planning in the room, Public Works, etc. So when decisions are made about economic development, we need as a community to demonstrate that in fact the success and better returns economically and human well-being, even food security, is more longer term if we invest in parks. And I think our struggles over the time was to provide that evidence base, which is how we measure and present the evidence. And then secondly, the fact that most of our countries are subscribing to targets for SDGs and climate, etc., that is premised on how we do well in these spaces. So that, to me, getting the politicians to be on the ground to witness it and to see it, over time we'll get a critical mass of early adopters that will run with this agenda.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you. I do think one of the challenges remain, and one that Abilia pointed out, was that politicians often have a short-term tenure in office and look for results that they can achieve in a 4 or 5 year term, and that's unfortunate because our environmental benefits, social and economic benefits, are normally realized over a longer term. But yeah, thank you for that response. I'm going to pose a question now to our panelists and our audience, so please feel free to answer this. But the CBD targets that are being negotiated in Canada at the end of this year for the next 8 years is going to come with indicators and metrics. And we spoke a lot last night in the opening ceremony about Africanizing how we manage our protected areas, how we fund our protected and conserved areas. So the question is, how do we know if we are being effective? What are the metrics that we should be using in Africa, and how practical are they to measure in our PCA systems? And I just reflect back to the results Patience presented around the lack of data that we have in a lot of African countries. So if I can repeat the question, how do we know if we are being effective? And what are the metrics that we should be using in the African context? I'm not sure if there are any panelists who want to give that a go first before we open up to the floor. Your Patience.
Thank you for that question. It's very important. How do we know if we are being effective? We first need to have baselines. we cannot measure any progress or success when we have no idea where we are starting from. And we need tools that are responsive to our management needs. In that space, we need innovation and technology. We've seen the management effectiveness tracking tool developed by IUCN, and we have seen other, disaggregated different matrices, for example, to measure social impact. But there's no single all-inclusive tool or metrics that can give us the indicators and the frameworks or a dashboard, a complete dashboard. It's all in bits and pieces. It's all developed in silos. Scientists need to work together, and as protected area directors, we need simple tools that can give us very easy to interpret matrices and very practical, especially explicit variables that are trackable. Therefore, right now we do not have that. There are various also initiatives that are incubated far afield, not really within the space that we need to apply. So, I think this is one area where, as Africa, we need to really also invest and, galvanize support and collaborations in a multi-sectoral, interdisciplinary way. So, yeah, the tools are there, the matrices are there, but it's all disintegrated, and there's no single tool that gives us all. So we need to integrate.
Great. Thanks for that response, Patience. It definitely outlines one of the key challenges we have with monitoring our biodiversity on the continent. I don't know if there are any other panelists who would like to respond.
Well, that's the comment that I think we often don't invest adequately in monitoring and evaluation. It's an afterthought. So by the time we try to claim success or improvement, it's usually retrofitted. The baselines are ad hoc and not consistently gathered. I mean, Patience referenced the MET, good tracking tool, but most parks actually don't do them consistently as recommended. And then I think lastly, there is so much value in qualitative measures that come from non-quantitative data. And the more we track issues that are tough to measure, happiness and issues around well-being being spoken by those that coexist and live with wildlife. There are now more software and ways of analyzing that. I think we need to do more of that because that's real, because people tell their stories, what has changed, why they are happy, why they don't think animals or parks are a problem, but are part of them. So that's the way we need to move, really. And the issue of comparing notes than to reinvent the wheel each time, I think I see a movement towards that, but we are far from getting where we all are free to share and not to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah, I think you made a really important point. In fact, I was thinking of that as well, is that, well, there is a lot of technology and different types of spatial mapping out there. Let's not forget that we have very rich and deep systems of indigenous knowledge on the continent that we really should be using. And if we want to start recognizing OECMs, community conserved areas, IPLCs, then we also need to think about how we're going to harness the information that sits there and how we're going to use that as a way to monitor effectiveness. I think on that note, I'm going to open up to the floor. If there's anyone on the floor who would like to speak to this question. All right, we have a hand there. Thank you.
Hi, Tariq Bodising from Royal Society for Protection of Birds, based in Sierra Leone, Liberia. Thank you very much for that. I must both agree and disagree with the panelists who spoke before me. I think that yes, there are systems in place across various PAs across Africa that are being used for better or worse to collect data, systems such as SMART that is being rolled out as a standard data capture tool for biomonitoring, as well as for law enforcement across a lot of East, Central, and West Africa. The partner system, which is CyberTracker, which actually came before it, is being used in a lot of Southern Africa. But from my perspective, I see the problem as, yes, we're collecting a lot of data, but that data is not being translated into action and into enforcement. And this comes back to what Patience touched on, which is compliance. And how do we enforce compliance and regulation at a PA level? And then further than taking that further, how do we then roll that out to OECMs and, for example, community forestry networks outside of PAs? And I just wonder whether anybody, either in the audience or on the panel, can speak to perhaps revolutionizing systems where, at the moment, I see the donor community really continually funding states and governments who are not really coming to the party in terms of compliance. So maybe some top-down pressure can be enforced there. Alternatively, is there an option to, let's go completely left field, let's say, and privatize and get in like law enforcement agencies that can move around maybe regionally and start to enforce compliance where, for example, a PA or a set of PAs may be doing really well with arrests, but actually no prosecutions are happening based on that. And so, you know, that's kind of where the issue is. I don't think the issue is a data collection issue. Perhaps there's a standardization issue, but I think that it's the next level where the problem lies right now. And I think there's like bottom-up and top-down approaches that could be used. I'm not sure which one we should go for as a standard across Africa, or if there is one. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that comment. We have two respondents. I'm going to allow Patience to respond, and then Obilio.
Thank you very much for that comment. And I think he's right that there are so many tools and there's some investment and funding that is channeled to governments. However, you know, it's like a, you know, yeah, a chicken and egg situation to say what should come first. When you look at what is obtaining on the ground, when you mentioned CyberTracker, SMART, we did an assessment across over 700 protected areas last year, and we realized that they are very ill-equipped, and there is a lot of training which is done. And the flip side of government receiving funding, government also say most funding is actually being channeled towards NGOs, and they come and train the rangers, GPS and cyber trackers, and then some actually move out with such equipment, and then so what's the point? There is very inadequate and insufficient resources. Most of these protected areas and agencies are poorly equipped, and training is not an event. It's a continuous process. So I think that is where we need to improve on. Thank you.
Thank you, Patience. Abilio.
Eu começaria por dizer que, em termos de... Bom, estou a falar mais especificamente para o caso da Guiné-Bissau, porque não conheço o que se passa em muitos países desse domínio. O primeiro aspecto que eu queria salientar é que, no caso da Guiné-Bissau, a estrutura que gera as áreas protegidas, apesar de ser uma estrutura do Estado, é uma estrutura autónoma, do ponto de vista administrativo, financeiro e patrimonial. O que quer dizer que quase que age de forma autónoma, podendo tomar algumas decisões em relação àquilo que se passa ao nível das áreas protegidas. Para além daqueles instrumentos que nós recebemos, nós também desenvolvemos os nossos próprios instrumentos. Nesse caso concreto, por exemplo, temos um sistema de monitoria e seguimento a nível das áreas protegidas que foi desenvolvido por nós mesmos, apesar de termos tido um apoio em termos de assistência técnica para desenvolver, portanto, esse sistema. Esse sistema permite-nos seguir, sobretudo, os aspectos mais funcionais dentro das áreas protegidas. Portanto, permite-nos monitorar quase que de forma sistemática, alguns aspectos ligados às áreas protegidas. Mas isso não implica que nós também não utilizamos alguns instrumentos que nos são fornecidos para medir a efetividade dessas áreas, como o MET, o IMET, etc., que são instrumentos, poderia dizer, padronizados e que nos veem, portanto, através das redes que nós temos, no nosso caso concreto, a RAMPAO, que é a Rede de Áreas Marinhas Protegidas, e também com a nossa articulação, portanto, com a IUCN e algumas instituições que trabalham, portanto, nesse domínio. Muito obrigado.
Great, thank you for that response, Abilio. Are there any other responses, inputs to this question? I see we have a hand at the back there. And so I actually saw your hand earlier, so please go ahead, and then we'll go to the back.
Thank you. My name is Nagedi Maputra. I'm with the African Wildlife Foundation. Thank you very much for this engaging conversation. My question to the panelists, and I think that's something that we have to think about, is how do we get people to be at the center of all this? For us, standing outside, or at the moment looking in, we have all these really good ideas about how systems should work. But how do we get this to be owned by the people who have to deal with this wildlife on the ground? I mean, looking at corridors, for example, that have to go through people's farms, affecting their livelihoods, and so on and so forth. How do we get the people to own it and be theirs and not from the top? Thank you.
Great, thank you for that question. Any answer? Yeah, please, Jamil.
I'll just share my piece of, I think there's no one answer. I think the reality really now when you talk of OECMs is wildlife is spending time on indigenous people and local community lands, and is creating conflict. And for many years, we have always looked at governments as being the custodians and the ones in charge, which they continue to be. But I think we have gotten to a point where government accept that partnering with communities is key, and people that intersect with the wildlife on a daily basis. Now, citizen science is there, and most communities do actually have literate folks that can just be utilized or be part of the change management for how we document and track what's happening. They get jobs, they get motivated, they feel proud to be part of making the change. Then two, most of the areas that wildlife ends up in are usually remote and poor. Now, the reality that we can actually diversify the sources of livelihood by adding a livelihood that comes from wildlife, which could be tourism. Some of the issues happening now, whether it's campfire, whether it's Life Project in Namibia, in WMS in Tanzania, in conservancies in Kenya, game management areas in Zambia, etc., can make that happen. So articulating that whole planning. And then last, but maybe what should come first is when you do planning and zoning, it should be tangibly participatory and owned by resource mapping by the communities, and then they are really charting their own way for the future. Not to say, we've planned this for your area, you should do it this way, this is a corridor. Then you're obviously not, it's difficult to be sustainable. That said, it takes staying power, it takes tact and diplomacy, it takes exchange visit, often starting with a pilot community and then peer-to-peer learning by themselves is more convincing because they can hear from their own, not from somebody who's a technocrat.
Great, thank you, Jamil. Abilio just had his hand up, and then Patience. Abilio?
Volto de novo a dizer, bom, estou a falar pela Guiné-Bissau, não conheço tudo o que passa a nível dos outros países. mas no quadro da Guiné-Bissau, a criação de uma área protegida pode levar de 4 a 6 anos. Não é um processo imediato, quer dizer, que não sai de um simples decreto. O decreto só é feito após 4 ou 5, às vezes até 6 anos. E nesse período há todo um conjunto de negociações que são feitas, portanto, com a comunidade, no sentido de definir alguns aspectos. Até porque, no caso da Guiné-Bissau, as áreas protegidas são com a população e para a população. O que quer dizer que, no nosso caso, nós não expulsamos a população, mas vemos com a população quais são as áreas pertinentes para a conservação, conciliando a opinião, a percepção da população com os resultados, portanto, dos estudos que nos mostram que áreas são pertinentes, de facto, conservar no sentido de podermos guardar a longo prazo, portanto, de forma sustentável, os recursos aí existentes. Até poderia dar o exemplo do caso da Reserva de Biosfera Bulama-Bijagós, que é um conjunto de ilhas, são cerca de 88 ilhas. Dessas 88 ilhas, só 22 são habitadas e é maioritariamente ocupada pela população Bijagó, da etnia Bijagó, que tem uma relação muito grande e muito fina, né? Muito elaborada com o espaço e com os recursos. Determinadas ilhas, apesar de não serem habitadas, são utilizadas para diferentes fins, inclusive fins religiosos. Portanto, todos esses aspectos foram tomados em conta. Quando falei, por exemplo, da ilha de Poilão, no Parque Nacional de João Vieira Poilão, que é a ilha onde há uma concentração muito grande de tartarugas verdes, Chelonia mídeas, que vêm aí para desovar e depois se difundem, digamos assim, para os outros países. A conservação dessa ilha deve-se precisamente ao facto de que é uma ilha que tem regras tradicionais para ser utilizada. Não é utilizada de qualquer maneira. Para ser utilizada, uma pessoa tem que ter um determinado estatuto, a nível, portanto, da reprodução social das sociedades bijagós. Caso você não tiver esse estatuto, você não pode pisar essa ilha. Além do mais, essa ilha é utilizada para a entronização dos reis bijagós. Portanto, não é uma ilha qualquer. Nós mesmo, quando vamos trabalhar, quando vamos fazer a campanha da tartaruga, temos que ir pedir autorização, apesar de ser um parque. Um parque é do Estado, mas temos que ir pedir autorização através de cerimônias, etc., que são feitas no sentido de permitir o acesso das pessoas à ilha. É mais para explicar que a população, nesses 4, 5 anos, portanto, é progressivamente consultada de forma a chegar a consensos. Mas isso não quer dizer que as áreas protegidas com população são menos conflituosas. Aliás, eu creio que não há área protegida nenhuma no mundo que não tenha conflitos. Essa é a minha percepção. Mas esses conflitos têm que ser negociados e resolvidos de forma consensual, agilizando, digamos assim, a percepção da população, os seus interesses, as suas necessidades, portanto, em termos de sobrevivência, com as perspectivas, portanto, de conservação que se pretendem desenvolver nesses locais. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Billy. I think there's certainly examples in your country that the rest of the world could be learning from. It sounds like a great approach. Patience, you wanted to answer as well? And then Kauri.
Thank you very much, Nakedi, for your very important question. I think the issue of OECMs is unquestionable that they are very important. But what strikes me is that there are very few, if any, countries in Africa that that are have actually put all these community lands and other area-based conservation measures in legislation, which also scales up the value and seriousness of the investments that can be done in those, which can then scale up. There's a cascading impact of the, according protection status or according some form of recognition in the national policies and legislation, which is a gap. It's like they just have an additionality or a complementarity aspect to mainstream conservation of the protected area model. So I think that's very important, because when that is done, very genuine partnerships and engaging of local communities and indigenous peoples become very, very real. It's really taken to the grassroots, because it will come with institutions and strengthening thereof of such institution to ensure that they have ownership and they have got homegrown solutions to the challenges. However, there is also the flip side of things when you look at other issues which have nothing to do with education, but they've got when you look at it through another lens, they have everything to do with education, such as with conservation, such as education. So you realize that most of these areas where wildlife roams wild and free in outside protected areas, it's actually mostly characterized by high levels of poverty, poor education infrastructure, poor health service infrastructure. It's quite consistent and quite very, very characteristic throughout around all our protected areas in Africa. And that is very important, because how do we then generate or have leadership from the local communities when they are not well educated and they are having limited access to education? They can't seize the opportunities that come with the conservation industry, and it becomes then a foreign issue and foreign in quotes in the context that even those people that will be driving the conservation agenda in those areas will be from afar or from towns and cities, because they're the ones that are getting the access to education and appropriate qualifications. So for ownership, for people to have ownership in wildlife movement corridors, in other dispersal areas, etc., there is real need for other also prioritizing sectors like education around protected areas, so that through education, even information dissemination becomes easier, and even understanding the value of nature and the complexity and the interlinkages of what is at stake. I think it becomes also even much easier. So I think that is also very important, to ensure that there is ownership and there are genuine partnerships, and communities are not being shortchanged in partnership arrangements. So I think there is a vicious cycle and a lot of interconnectedness. It's a complex matter, but I think we need to change the narrative as Africa, that the conservation of wildlife and habitat is not foreign. We have been doing conservation since time immemorial, and we need to value our systems and practices and recognize them also, and celebrate them when we do well, and have incentives so that there is increased interest and ownership at the very grassroots level where we want to see impact and change. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a really great answer, Patience. Corey?
Yes, just a quick intervention. I'd like to build on what the Patience and Jimel, talked about OECM. So the 2 points. First, the OECM is active around, the marine and, the coastal areas, but it should be expanded to terrestrial to put people, local community as a center of conservation and livelihood development. And second, I think all of us as a team should influence, donor priority and, persuade the development partners to prioritize to end investing in OECM. So this is very important movement should come out as, outcome of this meeting. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Corey. I see Nancy, you have your hand up again. Are there any other hands as well? And sorry, at the back next. Thank you.
Thank you once again. I just want to bring up one more issue in relation to protected areas, especially those that are governed by government institutions, and it's the issue of corruption. It was mentioned yesterday by my Honorable Minister, Honorable Balala, and I'm just wondering, listening to the panel, you have great ideas and you're doing a great job, but how do we deal with this monster, corruption, which is leading to the mismanagement of our park areas? And then the other thing that was mentioned also was financial sustainability. And we've seen where, like for example, Kenya Wildlife Service they developed a management plan for the Nairobi National Park in which they intend to generate income from the parks. But what we are observing now, that there are infrastructural development within the park that actually do not resemble what it should be, or rather does not blend with the ecology around there. What I mean by that is that they are actually creating disturbance to the natural environment in the national park already. What this tells me is that they lack information, or they are not well equipped to understand how to go about this in the best way possible. And it's not that you can only generate income by increasing the experience of the tourists or improving their experience. I think you can generate income outside the parks. If anything we have learned from the COVID pandemic, it actually shows that when we were locked down and we were not disturbing wildlife, they thrived. So if we can learn from that, then I think we should be able to manage our parks better by not disturbing the parks, but having alternative ways of raising income. I know so many people have talked about donations, but I don't think we should cancel that. What we should look at is sustainable financial management or development of that. So if we are thinking of supporting protected areas beyond just the standards and the activities that go on there, I think we should look beyond and look at how do we make these institutions financially sustainable, and how do we uproot corruption so that they can be better managed, because we know that that's a great problem. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Nancy. And if someone has an answer to corruption, we're willing to pay good money for that. But do any other panelists want to respond to that? Yes.
I'll start with your comment on corruption. We might think it's the elephant in the room, but I also think at times we make it too big for what it is not. I mean, it is there, but clearly there's been a shift. We are making progress. We are not yet there in terms of people that are now turning out to be more accountable. Right, so that's all I can say on corruption. Now, on the issue of funding, I think at the end of the day, some parks can be viable businesses from tourism, but we know tourism, we suffered not so long back. But all other forms of generating income, whether it's carbon, etc., as we move forward. But there is also the reality of parks that will never make money, or ECMs, but they are critical because they are representative for what collectively makes the ecosystems together healthy. Now, it then gets to the point of how do we value, in terms of decision makers, why it is important to protect these parks and these ECMs for the greater good of the big picture for national development, for regional development, for continental development. And that's where the cross-sectoral silo in ministries, in departments needs to come to the table. The challenge is always agencies want to have their director, so we have 10 agencies, maybe there could be only 3. Same with ministries. But I think the discussion is happening to be more efficient. And I always want to end by saying, once we have some champions, there are a few countries, I won't name any, that are probably showing the way. And I feel a willingness of other leaders wanting to follow suit. So we may end up with a critical mass of decisions, agencies being run better. And again, peer-to-peer, this is a good forum. PA directors are gathered here. They talk to each other. They got it happening. So I'm just trying to encourage the optimism of making it happen. I wish I had a solid answer.
Well, I think we certainly appreciate the optimism. I think sometimes we have a very gloomy outlook on corruption, and you're quite right, things are changing and we need to recognize that. Patience, did you want to come in on something?
The issue of corruption is a problematic one. And, you know, I think it's a global pandemic. It's a cancer that is eating our social fabric as humanity. And this really, I think it requires looking at it from different scales and through different lenses. One suggestion that I think should make is the issue of actually making it more difficult for, you know, making it more difficult for the perpetrators of corruption to be actually corrupt in our society, which means that we should flag it out, and we should speak up whenever this is happening, and that transparency and disclosure, you know, culture, it might also become something that those that are corrupt to think twice when things come out in the open, and what then happens to those that are corrupt. Our legal, you know, and judiciary system that are independent and very decisive and offering deterrent penalties on anyone that is found guilty of corruption. However, there is another seemingly simple but very important matter to shape the future that we want, and it is possible. I'm a mother, and you know, charity begins at home. I think we need to raise a generation of individuals that are honest, that believe in the public good, and we need to raise our children with a value system that we want to uphold as humanity. And then, you know, when they go into the society and take up leadership positions or have positions of authority and power, we start to see the dividends of such investments. So I think it's very important. It's the same when we look at a country like Rwanda and its history, and when you walk on the streets of Rwanda, right here in Kigali, you see it's really smart, and I think that's a commendable issue. But I think there are some mothers out there in the homes that are telling their children that litter belongs to the bin. We create a cleaner society. So it's in the same way, it's the dirt that we want to remove out of the society, so it needs a whole of society approach for us to stamp it out. But also there are some incentives that are creating more conducive environment for corruption to happen. And you look at, there's a report which was published last year, which reviewed that about 1.8 trillion in terms of investments are going into projects that are harmful to nature. what is that? And most of those projects, maybe it's energy, it's oil, it's gas, and the concessioneering process, you see actually that's where there is more prevalence of corrupt deals, flawed environmental impact assessment processes, etc. And if we have a system that also removes incentives for any investment that is harmful to nature, because if there is infrastructure that is being detrimental to species or ecosystems in our protected areas, usually when you look at it closely, that such infrastructure, did they actually receive the environmental impact assessment certification, you actually see that it's not. So then it points to and it gives indicators or telltale signs that there could be some corrupt deals elsewhere. So we must speak up against investments that are harmful to nature, because it creates incentives for perpetuating corruption, which is also cancerous to the species and habitats that we seek to conserve and protect. And I'm happy that within the framework, the global biodiversity, post-2020 global biodiversity framework, we have got target 15 and target 18, and I'm sure collaborating with businesses and all the other partners that may not necessarily usually come to these kinds of gatherings, we'll all sit under the same room and we will face and put all these issues into the open, so that we create the society and the future that we want in harmony with nature.
Great. Thank you, Patience. 100%. There's one question at the back. We're going to take one more question. I think we're going to move to our last panel question before we start wrapping up.
Thank you. My name is Bintu Siafore Musa Kamara from the National Protected Area Authority, Sierra Leone. I just wanted to make a contribution to the issue of the data management. Like you all said, there are a lot of tools that help protected area managers to get information. I think what is also worth noting is to have tools that are friendly for the forest rangers, mostly who are the foot soldiers around the protected areas, to have tools in the field that can help us track the day-to-day management of the protected areas. And those tools should be friendly in terms of technology, because most protected areas are in hard-to-reach areas, especially for Africa, where we don't get internet service and so on. And also the issue of the funding opportunities that are mostly being issued to NGOs. Most of the time, these projects in protected areas are expected to ensure sustainability, and most times government institutions that manages these protected areas are expected to continue those projects. So for me, I think there is need for funding opportunities to look at an integrated management system wherein we can work together, government institutions as well as NGOs, to ensure effective protection of the area. So when these projects might have ended, government institutions can continue because they are part of the process and they are involved in the process. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you for that. And it kind of brings me to the last question that I have for the panel before we wrap up. Last night, we heard the launch of the Pan-African Conservation Trust, a really big trust that is intended to fund protected and conserved areas on the continent, owned by Africa, administered by Africa. But it's going to have to put some fairly clear processes in place. One of those is going to be, how do we monitor effectiveness? What are the metrics that we're going to use to determine whether the money that we're investing is in fact being used to create effective, protected and conserved areas? And the other one is prioritizing where we make that investment. So my question to the panel, and perhaps you could each just share your thoughts with us, as well as a couple of concluding remarks before we wrap up, is if you had to advise the trust on prioritizing financial investment into our PCAs to make them more effective, where would you start? What would be your priorities? because we've heard there are a lot of needs out there, a lot of gaps that we need to stop, but we need to start somewhere to reach efficiency and effectiveness. And then I also invite you to make concluding remarks. So I'm not sure who we could start with. I've put you on the spot. You may want to think about it. Abilio is ready, so over to you.
Bom, é uma questão pertinente. Eu penso que temos que, em termos de utilização desse fundo, priorizar muito as fundações, porque no quadro do funcionamento das fundações, a exemplo da Fundação Bioguiné, que nós temos na Guiné-Bissau, o dinheiro que é investido não é diretamente utilizado, mas sim o rendimento que é produzido a partir desse dinheiro. São instituições privadas de utilidade pública, o que quer dizer que não são instituições onde facilmente pode entrar a corrupção. Não são instituições, bom, não digo que o Estado é sempre uma instituição suscetível a esse tipo de questão, mas penso que uma instituição privada de utilidade pública e talvez até com determinados tipos de proteção jurídica podem desempenhar uma função mais efetiva em termos de disponibilização, portanto, do financiamento e mesmo do controle da utilização, portanto, desse financiamento a nível das áreas protegidas. É o que eu aconselharia e é o que nós pretendemos fazer na Guiné-Bissau com a Fundação Bioguiné, haver uma capitalização dessa fundação e os parques passarem a utilizar só os juros, quer dizer, o rendimento desse capital, para que haja, de facto, uma sustentabilidade, para sairmos desse ciclo, cada vez estar a viver de projetos, a solicitar financiamentos, etc., mas sim entrarmos num ciclo onde a capitalização dessa fundação poderá gerar recursos para a gestão de áreas protegidas e das instituições e apoiar as instituições que trabalham nesse domínio. Muito obrigado.
Great, thanks, Abilio. Yeah, definitely need to look at institutions that are existing, that are perhaps uncorruptible or less corruptible. Is anyone else ready to answer the question? Yeah, Jamil.
Yeah, so I'll just follow. So again, I do want to commend APAC and for launching PACT. I think it's high time we have our own money. We have had some mixed results from similar initiatives, but hopefully we've learned enough, and I think it also puts us in a good seat as a continent which wants to own the discourse. What I would say is we do need our development partners, the developing world, to up their game in terms of supporting that initiative. The reality is 3 years, 5 years, granting a project would not make it change and happen. So as we go into COP15, really, we can't just do the same funding cycles. We've got to think big. Then the second comment relates to where should we invest this money. Just the scientific results from EPBase do point us to some of the hotspots, so that's a good reference to start. Then also quickly putting together the data we each hold to standardize and refine the hotspots for some of the key ecosystems and parks, therefore, and the species. If you look at elephants, for example, if we have lost 2/3 of the original habitat, and we know that from some of the analysis on suitability of habitats, there are areas where there are no elephants, just using that as an example. but can still be used for that. So let's target them before we lose them. The same can apply to other species, to other hotspots in the marine and on land. If I should do my closing remarks, just to say, I think we're at a point where we should maintain the momentum of willingness to work together. Let us break the silos, depending on which constituents, if it's NGOs, if it's governments. I think there is enough work for us to do together without needing to fight, because we need the expertise collectively, and it's part of the reasons why, even as I spoke of one particular initiative, which is a priority for us, it's all hands on deck. There are issues that concern us as well at IFO, data sharing, and I've heard it a lot around wildlife crime data. There are good reasons for it, but to the point where at times it works against us after investing so much. Some of the intelligence and investigations information is not shared, yet the criminal activities transcends borders and is run by syndicates. So we need to really think through, as we look at better effectiveness, on how we can start trusting each other through platforms that allow for that confidentiality, but make it benefit us to push the envelope and get better with effective management of parks.
Great, thank you, Jamil, for those really interesting closing remarks and your suggestion on where we should be prioritizing funding. Corey, would you like to go?
Thank you. So my closing remarks are relating to sustainable financing. I'd like to retrieve and elaborate on what the CS Wildlife and Tourism of Kenya mentioned yesterday at the opening. So I think first of all, we need a mental attitude change, and first action is African government invest in conservation. They put their own money as a green light so that they can mobilize additional funding from donors instead of waiting for the donors to come. So this shift should happen quickly as an outcome of APAC. And then OECM, as I mentioned before, OECM, for communities and local people, NGOs, we need to influence donors' prioritizing investing in OECM so that local community can work on OECM. So these are the closing. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. You've mentioned a couple of really critical points there. Patience.
Thank you very much. So about the Pan-African Conservation Trust, I think this is just the beginning. Launching it yesterday was great, but I think it marks the beginning of a journey that I think is worth taking, because how great an initiative will be measured by the impact and the outcomes that it will bring, and the power and responsibility is in our hands to make it work. The beauty of this initiative, why I like it, is that it's Pan-African. Of all the initiatives that are existing, none of them, or even the existing funding mechanism, none of them are Pan-African. And I think that makes it unique and worth pursuing. And not only that, we know that from our conservation commitments and obligations as Africans, there is a funding gap. And we need to prioritize Africa because of our biodiversity endowment and natural capital that is worth protecting, because we have something to protect. Not everything is lost, despite the not so encouraging trends. So I think this funding is coming, or this initiative is coming at the timely timely, manner, because, we are looking forward to a post-2020 GBF, which is very ambitious and will deliver what Africa needs. Then going to the priorities, to say, if we were to advise this funding, or the leadership of this funding, we've got, I can assure you, I think we've got a great steering committee, the interim steering committee, which is there. And I think I would advise them to prioritize protected area management plans, because before we just thumbsuck what we think is important without necessarily consulting and actually reflecting and interrogating status quo, and the apparatus that is required to improve effectiveness of these protected areas or conservation areas, I think we will fail. So we cannot afford to fail. Failure is not an option. So protected area management plans, every protected area on the African continent must have a protected area management plan, which then becomes the Bible that that defines what each and every area needs, which then defines what each area requires, because they've got different needs, they're at different stages of development, they've got different settings, from marine protected areas to terrestrial to freshwater ecosystems. So I think that is something that is very important. And also valuation of what is in this is the second most important priority. Valuation of what is in these protected areas, and what's the, not only monetary value, but even the non-monetary benefits, because I think the mandate is with the governments, the African governments, to protect these areas that they gazetted, and also even to pursue the conservation agenda beyond the protected areas. So if the governments are not sure about what's in there, or what's the value, or what is really the value of this, then they will not appreciate what is at stake. And they will not put a dollar sign on the fiscus. So I think there is need to value what these protected areas have to offer, what is in there, which would then present a case for governments to invest in, because they know we have taken stock, we've done inventories of what is in these protected areas and what would lose if we fail to invest in those protected areas. So I think that's where we'll start from, and through such a process, we will make priority interventions that are tailor-made to each and every sub-region of Africa, from North Africa, East, West, Central, Southern Africa. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Patience, and thank you to the four panelists. I think we've had some really interesting remarks, remarks that have really summarized this afternoon's discussion. And, if I could just point to a couple. I think that the trust gives us the opportunity, as Patience said, it's an opportunity that we really should embrace, for Africa to own how we invest in protected areas and how we spend in protected areas, and also how we measure success and effectiveness in our network of protected areas. We've been dealing with funders, often foreign funders, with small funding cycles, with their own priorities, and with their own metrics that they would like us to use to measure effectiveness. And it's created often confusion, it's extended our capacity, and we sit with a suite of tools on the continent that often were imposed and have become not particularly useful. So I think we need to use this as an opportunity to standardize how we as Africa want to invest and monitor and track our progress towards effectiveness. The last thing is just to touch on the OECMs. It's been raised a number of times, people have mentioned it, and I think that is an additional opportunity for us to own how we expand our conservation network on the continent, particularly in the face of 30 by 30. If we do it correctly, And I say that conservatively because we could also do it really wrong. There's a risk that we completely blow all the potential of OECMs out the water through the wrong approach. But if we do it correctly, and if we own the process in countries, and we really engage those stakeholders that have previously been marginalized in the process, then it stands the potential to unlock a number of opportunities for us. And to start building these landscapes, these sustainable conservation landscapes that are mosaicked by protected areas, OECM, sustainable agriculture, and that deals with the issues of connectivity, and bringing in IPLCs and local communities. So that was a very brief summary. I think the panelists have said it best, and I just want to thank each and every one of you for your time, for your insight, for sharing your experiences with the audience, for answering questions, and to thank the audience for your really insightful and pressing questions. So can I just ask for one last round of applause for our panelists? And I wish you all a good evening. Thank you.